appointment. Now the vice president often tell me, since he got a seat as vice president, how many persons have recommended in this government to serve in the government as presidential appointee? 0. Every appointment in Nima County was done by him. He and I would discuss something as a brother. To implement it, you will bypass me and do different things. I don't talk on it.
Now you need to see us. The thing we saw, it frustrates us. So why can't you lie? Why can't you steal? Why can't you allow the citizens to be? You see, we just tell you that's why we voted you. But you fool us, you screw us, you use us and later on abuse us. So why? The government should lie. Why? But that's the question that we ask.
The good person in our whole United Party, that President Bwaka. You want to say that again? The only person that appreciate good among all the United Party for the President Bwaka. The rest are ungrateful. The right, they use you and dumb you. But President Bwaka, if all of them were thinking the President Bwaka and behaving the President Bwaka, United Party will have another chance in 2029. Just for now, they do not regard people that help them.
Of our soldiers were executed on this party ground. 2 at the back and 1 right at the headquarters. The man who shot and killed our people today is a darling boy in the Liberian National Police. They brought him back to shoot more guns. Get ready to shoot. Because we challenge the status quo appropriately.
Inform that you violate suspect any student because of their action. It will be the day the entire Bwaka administration will cut down. We will massively violate the students in this country and will shut down the Bwaka administration. The day that happens, we have the capability to do so. And if they think this renovation project is a joke, let them try it. The fall of the Bwaka administration begins with this. If they think they will tumble on any student in this country or at the university like going and water over infinity, while our children saving opponents and lottery in the Western world, while we are subjected to agile power and bad learning conditions here, and the thing will say.
In the first 100 days, no car will get stuck on the major road in this country. And I mean it.
It's going down. First floor. There you have it.
That led to decades of war still run deep. But so too does the longing for reconciliation. A reconciliation defined not by political bargaining or by an artificial balance of power by tribe, region, religion, or ethnicity, but by the equality of opportunity and a better future for all Liberians.
Bwaka can lie, the government, all the ministers in the government, they can lie. They don't put all hustler, they put a hustler, they lie. Everything they say, they never say the truth.
Today, the supporters of His Excellency Joseph Bwaka presents him as a poor man from Lofa, and I said that he will understand the plight of the poor people. Fellow Liberians, do not be fooled. Vice President Bwaka is not poor like you, not even as me. As Vice President, his office received more money from the government budget than any other Vice President has received in Liberia's history. He has enjoyed some of the best and most lucrative government jobs.
First of all, there's this, what I call sort of vicious lie about the fact that Mr. Kobe is gay or bring gay lifestyle to Liberia. It's complete bullshit. When people can accuse you of stealing people's money, when they can accuse you of being involved in war, anything, people don't make up stuff. They don't make up shit. Excuse my language, right? So it's complete nonsense. I'm married, 8 Teresa, 2 children, 5 grandchildren. I believe in traditional family values, so it's complete bullshit, complete nonsense.
Your man, vice president, your man that vice president, the man just stole 500,000. I mean, Jamaica, the man just went to, I forget that Jamaica, the man just went to Ghana, the fit, and the man bring it all company in the country. I mean, Kun, they can't reach yourself. Kun, man, you know, Kun, but I want to sophisticated, quiet, hardcore rule in Labro. But Labro,
when 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded outwards, all men on board.
Everywhere there is no school, I'll put school. And everywhere there is school and school in bad condition, I'll renovate it. I told them, towns and villages, everywhere you will have lights in a town for children to play, for people to see. I told them, every town will have safe drinking water.
Charles Taylor is the problem. He will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
The government that capital road, small, that road, B road, all kinds of the place. I think the reason Joseph Boakai will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
Your league Costa, God know how to pay people. It's just simple. Costa that accused everybody here but himself. Everybody, Joe, we join, we accuse Joe, he killed Joseph Boakai. Boakai still living. Joe, no, you leave better. He made me senator. He almost made Joseph Boakai president until he screwed up. We gave God his glory. Yeah. Well, Boakai, when he screwed, he said, oh, we don't want to make sure we will fought for him to be reconciled with the president. And then the people who fought for him. Look, your league Costa, you will come. And Costa was in a podcast, he said, they don't been calling me. Okay. The time you were calling me for me to kind of Boakai, did I put it on radio? That immaturity to do what you're talking about.
And I guarantee you, when we finish, there will not be a winner or the loser. Today we all wear the jersey of Liberia, and the victory belongs to the people, to the peace and to our democracy. As we begin to build upon the foundation of this new Liberia, I, George Seleke Kromah, the new president, will first give thanks and praises to the Almighty God for the blessing He has bestowed upon our country. And I say, my people, thank you,
We elect on 85 irresponsible men that what happened to the country. We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I am Jerome Gayman. I will be hosting, as I have always done. Today is Tuesday, the 10th day of the second month in 2026. If today is your birthday, we say happy birthday to you. If you celebrated your birthday yesterday without us wishing you a happy birthday, we say happy belated birthday. We are celebrating all those born in the month of February. If you were born in the month of February, please send us your note in the comment section. Tell us your birth date and your zodiac sign. Professor Larry Kennedy.
What's a zodiac sign? That's what I was about to ask you. What is a zodiac sign for people in February?
Well, they got some that are Pisces. They got some, I guess, the Aries. I'm a November person. I'm a Sagittarian, so I know who I am.
You only know yours, right?
I already know my. Well, welcome to this show.
Yes.
And I want to admonish you to be very careful how you speak to me, because I may cite you for contempt.
Well, my man, you cite me for contempt. You got to wait at least 2 months before I find me a lawyer. So that's what you're talking about. You're not going to succeed.
We will appoint one for you.
No, don't appoint me yours, because I would say it's a conspiracy. I'll find my own lawyer, and I will tell you it would take me 3 to 9 months to find a lawyer.
I will find one from my office that will find you guilty before you even appear. I was reading the clerk of court, and they say the clerk of court himself is a lawyer. So basically, has everybody around here. He can just say, "Listen, go represent our man. Bring him over here." So that's what it is. We don't know whether it's conflict of interest, where the Chief Justice appoints a lawyer for you, even though you are going to appear before him. So Liberia is a case study.
Liberia is a paradox. It's a paradox.
Yes.
Confusing.
And on another show, they usually say God can bless anyone. And for a man who says he barely completed 5th grade as his highest level of education, to be written into the annals of Liberian history. This guy has become a celebrity. He has been elevated to the level of the Our Ports of the world. Our Port was so powerful that the president was intimidated and would arrest him anywhere. They said, anywhere you'll see him, put him in jail. So he gathered the courage to carry his toothbrush, his toothpaste, his notebook, and a pen with him, ready to go to jail at any time.
That's a true story.
That was the pamphleteer, the advocate, the activist, the writer, the editor, Albert Port. That is the true story of Albert Port versus Totman and the administration. This time, a man who is less educated, less achieved, has even surpassed Albert Port. This time, by the Supreme Court, the highest, the final arbiter of justice in the Republic of Liberia, have elevated this man to the level of the well-learned Albert Port. Liberia is a case study, and we are going to be discussing that particular issue. One of my Professor Michael Dukakis usually say, if you are in a debate and you are not well versed, your best defense is to shut up.
That's right.
Don't say anything.
Take the fifth.
He said, remain mute and look as an intellectual, or open your mouth and look and sound like a dimwit. That is from a learned lawyer, the president, former president, leader of the Harvard Kennedy School of Government. So I was privy to have been in his tutelage, to have been in...
Oh, you were in Michael Dukakis' class?
Yes.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Public policy.
Very nice.
Yes, government and leadership.
I mean, Mr. Gayman, how does someone elevate to the public forum from insulting people across the country? How does that happen? I mean, what other society do you see it taking place where someone come up? I mean, it's one thing to have an intellectual discussion, disagreement, insult. But how do you insult people at that low level and then you're given a presence in front of the Supreme Court? Is that something to rise to the level of the Supreme Court, or should that something be that the Ministry of Justice should be handling?
Well, let me welcome Professor Kennedy, Larry Kennedy, an astute son of Liberia who comes to us well enlightened on many issues. We are glad to have you, but this particular topic today cuts across discipline. You do not have to be a lawyer to have an opinion on what's happening here. You could be a historian, you could be a business major, you could be a sociologist, you could be a political scientist. This is a case study, and we're going to delve into that. In fact, the Chief Justice himself today tried to clarify why he cited Prophet Key. And in so doing, he raised more questions than he answered. He may have done very well for himself by just remaining quiet.
Yeah.
But by saying he wants to clarify, we are going to go into the full detail about what Judge Gbese meant and means.
But Jerome, please remind your audience that we have the investigative reporter from the Gecko Project who did the B Mountain piece in the Associated Press will be joining us at 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time.
4:30 within the next 11 minutes.
Yeah, he will be here to share his investigation into B Mountain. And then when he leaves, then we'll pick up on PK and some of the other local topics. But
yes. Ladies and gentlemen, do us a favor, share the show. We are on fire. We are now talking about an issue, and I will talk to you behind the scene about a B Mountain. I was on a mission there, and I was in Liberia, so I was embedded, and I have to give you some personal information that may shock you. It borders on maybe national security, maybe, but I don't think so, because it is considered theft. It is considered abuse of power and disregard for the people of the Republic of Liberia. When I gave you some of the numbers, you will be shocked. And those that were doing the abuse, doing it and laughing, because they are legally sanctioned by the Republic of Liberia. They have the license to do what they are doing, and they are doing it legally, even though it may be morally wrong. Guys, do us a favor, share this show in your chat room, on your personal pages. Call a friend and a friend. Let us know if you were born in the month of February, your birth date and your sign, your zodiac sign, and we will send you a shout out. If you are calling in or listening from Monrovia, wherever it is you are, let us know where you are calling in from. Like this young man, David Williams. He said he's tuning in from Colorado. This is what I like. Let us know where you are calling from. So we send a shout out to all of our friends and family in Colorado. We also want to extend our thanks and appreciation and gratitude to the Seattle Seahawks. champions of the NFL 2026. What a game. What a game. We also have to send a shout out to our New England Patriot. What a game to put up a fight. Second-year quarterback, awesome quarterback, beautiful team. Nobody should hang their head because they lost. Remember, there are 30 teams in the NFL. 30. And you were only one of two that made it to the top, to the finals. That is nothing to be ashamed of. That is an accomplishment. I am in the Miami market. My Miami Dolphins didn't even win 5 games.
They struggle.
We've been struggling since we found solace in our record. We are the only team that went undefeated, 1972 Dolphins. Undefeated. The only team in NFL history, nobody has ever done that. That's our claim to fame. Our own claim to fame. But yes, guys, do us a favor, share this show. Let us know where you're tuning in from. Send us if you are born in the month of February, send us your birthday. We will send a shout out to you. I have with me Professor Larry Kennedy here. So it's going to be entertaining. It's going to be intellectual. It's going to be critical issues made simple. That's why you major in, we said the Liberian Common English. After that, I taught all the BB book. Then we'll come to Hawaii and say, that the thing that people talking here, that's what Larry Kennedy does. He understands his issue, but he can also break it down for people like us who don't understand numbers. We don't understand Wall Street. When my financial advisor calls me, he wants to talk to me. The only thing I want to hear is how Vanguard is doing. Vanguard does my 401k. Every time he calls me, it's just great news. So far, so good. So, guys, please share this show. Share this show. Share this show. Let your friends know. Call. Today, we're going to be talking about can God bless everybody? After we leave our investigative report, why God hasn't blessed Larry Kennedy with all the education he has. Nobody in Liberia knows him. But Prophet Keith is in the annals of history. A man who admitted he said maybe a 5th grade education, maybe 6th grade, the highest. So if a man can tell you that he's proud that he did 5th grade, we can safely say our nation failed this man. Our system failed him. And then Larry Kennedy and myself, we want to hold him to another standard, as though he has the reservoir of knowledge as we were fortunate to have done or had in Liberia. He can't speak well.
Yeah, but you see, Jerome, this is, I think you're leading off with a good point, because how the educational system failed the people. Is it a lack of resources? Is it a lack of leadership? I think it kind of leads us into what we're going to be discussing today with Alon Averim from the Gecko Project and the Associated Press, because with all of the gold Liberia has, right? I mean, if you think about it, over the past the past 2 years or so, companies have exported over $1 billion worth of gold from Liberia, Jerome. $1 billion. The price of gold is like around what? Maybe $5,000 or so per ounce.
Yep, it's $5,040 now an ounce.
$5,040 an ounce. Companies are pulling over $1 billion a year, but that's just gold. What about palm oil, Jerome? Palm oil. And palm oil is pretty much everything we have today, from the soap to orange soda. Palm oil is in there, and we have an abundance of palm oil, right?
Yeah.
So what's going on? Palm oil is trading like around maybe over $1,000 or so a metric ton. Then we got iron ore. So we got gold, 5,000 per ounce, 5,040, the one Mr. Gayman said. You got palm oil in abundance. You got iron ore. What else we have over there? We have we have an abundance of sun, but yet the people are still suffering from a lack of energy. We keep losing power. You have an abundance of rain, but people go into the creek to get water. And the story we're going to be talking today with the Associated Press reporter will tell that story as well. The water is contaminated. Mm-hmm. So when you mention PK and his challenges, where's all this money going from the resources?
Well, that's a great question. I think in our intro, you listen to the well-learned Counselor Charles Bronsky, may his soul rest in peace.
Amen.
He says, Joseph Boakai may be presenting himself, or they may be presenting him as a poor man. He said, don't be fooled. Joseph Boakai is not poor. He's not an ordinary person. He has been in government all his life. And for the past 12 years prior to him becoming president, he was vice president, whose budget was larger annually than the University of Lofa. Yet, he presents himself as a man who is so poor that he had to live on loan. That's integrity. So
but after you take investment advice from someone like that, you make you were just talking about Vanguard, right? I'm sure the person who is investing or who is advising you on your investments, if that person end up to be poor and managing their own resources, how do you take advice from that person?
This is you say as Liberia is an enigma. It's a case study. The gentleman from Angola in our delegation, when we were on some of these things, the man said, what is wrong with this country? 5 million people, the smallest in West Africa, with abundance of water, rain, soil. And you spend $200 million subsidizing rice. And then in your own agricultural budget, that's supposed to be the pillow of the agenda, you get $9 million. Does that add up? There's something intrinsically wrong with this picture. But as we wait for our guests, ladies and gentlemen, share this show. Let me know where you're tuning in from. Let me send a shout out to the folks. And I also want to give credit to Mr. Flex Electronics for the 769. He's our researcher here. When I mentioned gold, he put the price as it is today. The trending price, $5,040 an ounce.
That's
an ounce.
Dineros.
So how many ounces in a pound? Is 16 ounces in a pound. So just imagine, multiply 16 by 5,040. That's how much you need for a pound. So when the people tell you that they are exporting 50 pounds or 2,000 pounds or 20,000 pounds.
So Professor, can we bring in our guest? He's in the back.
Our guest is here. Please bring him on.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, our guest is here. Let me welcome, Honorable Professor Lara, welcome our guest.
Oh, yeah. Thank you so much, Mr. Gayman. But Mr. Elan, I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. I want to really, really appreciate you taking the time out to join this program, The Closing Argument. So The Closing Argument being a podcast that is not only broadcast over, various social media platforms, but also broadcast on radio over in Liberia. And we do have a lot of people who would be joining us from back home listening to this program. And you're here because the article that you are part of that team, the Gecko Project, and the other partner that wrote the article that has to do with B Mountain, also known as New Liberty Gold Mine, that investigative report tells us a whole lot. And this is why we're having this conversation today. So I'm Larry Kennedy, the one who reached out to you via email, and very glad that you responded in a timely manner. Jerome Gayman is here joining me as well. We do have Myean, who is over in the studio, who will be in the studio in Liberia controlling the equipment down there. But with that, I want to give you a chance to quickly introduce yourself. Please let the audience know who you are and what exactly it is that you do and have done to bring us to this point to have this conversation. So thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much. It's a real pleasure to be joining everyone on this call. So yeah, my name's Alon Abiram, and I'm an investigative reporter with the Gecko Project. For those of you who don't know about the Gecko Project, which is, I assume, is most of your watchers or listeners, we are a non-profit newsroom, and our mission is to do public interest reporting. So reporting that we feel is in the public interest on environmental issues, corruption, natural resources, mining, and a lot of our work has been focused in Indonesia, in parts of Asia, and this work in Liberia is kind of our first work in Liberia. But the issue of pollution from mining, which has been an area that I've been focusing on, is definitely not, unfortunately, specific to one part of the world. It's a global issue. There are global challenges for controlling waste from mining, controlling pollution from mining, seeing how authorities can handle these issues, and yeah, so I've looked at different metals from nickel, we've looked at tin, and now we've been looking at gold in Liberia. And as I'm sure some of your listeners know, Beam Mountain Mining Corporation is the largest gold miner in Liberia and has significant connections to global markets. So it's for us, that I think is, it's a Liberian story, 100%. The people who are experiencing the impacts of Beam Mountain's operations are the Liberians on the ground, the people who call Liberia home. But it's very much an international story as well, given that the gold goes through to international markets. And we can get into that, I'm sure, later on this call.
Yeah, before I turn it over to my co-host, Jerome, I think you're kind of leading into it. Why did gold mining in Liberia kind of hit your radar? I mean, what was it that drew you over to Liberia? Was it maybe something you read, someone pinged you? What was it that drew you over to Liberia?
Sure. So, yeah, my colleague, Ed Davey, he was formerly at the Associated Press, and this story was we've published 2 stories so far on Beam Mountain, was published in association with the Associated Press, and he's got a lot of experience working in West Africa and in different mining areas. And he was speaking to people, contacts of his, who were saying, look, this is an underreported story. People have looked at mining issues in different parts of Africa. Sometimes they get more attention in the international press, but contacts of his were saying, look, this is a really underreported story that deserves a lot more attention. And gold is kind of one of the most kind of talked about commodities these days. Lots of people are talking about gold. There's been like a surge in prices. There's there's increased demand for it, and I think with that come real pressures on the ground for communities living by these gold mines. So that's how the story came to Ed initially, and Ed was the one who had the is obviously hard work, like going to remote areas and speaking to people and really hearing about kind of what people have experienced. But he also had the rich experience to go to Liberia, a place that he really met amazing people and worked with amazing people as well. whereas I was doing mostly like looking through the documents and kind of going through the data to try and understand, what was happening behind the scenes.
Yeah, and I'm going to turn over to you, Jerome, because I see we have some viewers over here from the county, Grand Gita, where the mountain is located. So those people who, reading some of the stories, looks like in 2025, there were some protests going on and some other things. And I see some folks from that part of Liberia watching this program. So we're hoping this will, spread out and get the word out a little bit more. Mr. Gayman, I will swing it over to you before I move on to my next questions.
Great. Alan, welcome to the show. Tell us where you are based.
I'm based in the UK. Yeah, so same time zone, slightly colder.
Okay, well, I'm in the Miami market, so I'm in South Florida.
Okay.
And it's a little cooler here than usual is. But it is an honor to have you on. You are an advocate. You are everything, but you are more of a balanced person as opposed to regular journalists that sometimes they bend. But I'm glad that you are here because I was in Liberia for a month. I just returned. And the bee mountain thing was one of those that was widely discussed. It has affected the lives of the folks, and we know it will affect them generations to come. And that's why you are here. Thank you very much for coming. But if you were to begin your project, where will you begin? Where do you want us to begin as a researcher? You are the investigator. You have investigated. What do you have that you want us to see, hear, and talk about?
Well, I think, one of the things that you often, I've experienced as an investigative reporter working on stories where, there's been allegations of pollution from a mining company, for example, is you will hear people, living near the mine. Perhaps it will be local communities, perhaps it will be workers. You will hear stories from these people, saying, look, I've seen dead fish. I've seen my river, die. Perhaps I've experienced sickness from drinking water that I used to drink and never experienced sickness beforehand. These are the sorts of things that my colleague Ed was hearing from people on the ground when he was in Liberia. But the thing that is often harder to come by is the hard data, is the evidence that what the people are saying they are experiencing can be backed up by numbers, by documents, right? And I think this must be so frustrating for people on the ground who've been saying this, who've been protesting, who've been complaining to the government, who've been complaining to the authorities about these allegations for so long. But then it's quite hard often to prove that, well, here is like independent proof that what you're saying is correct. And what we found was documents, investigations that the Liberian EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency, had sent inspectors to carry out testing around the mine, around the New Liberty Gold Mine, B Mountains Mine. And it found repeatedly high levels of cyanide, which is extremely toxic to fish and can pose a real risk to human health if consumed above certain levels. Arsenic, copper. There were photos in these documents showing, high levels of, showing like fluorescent blue water, like fluorescent green blue water flowing out of the mine. And, they were the EPA staff, the Liberian EPA staff said, they captioned it beneath the photos, huge quantities of raw copper sulfate, raw chemical flowing out of the mine above permitted levels. So, there were repeated, we had it in the data repeatedly over multiple years. We could see that the EPA itself had found that, people were complaining about poison in their water, and here it was, the EPA confirming it. The EPA itself has said, that it's made this data available. It's not hiding it. It was initially published on its website, then it appears to have been removed, but we found the original documents again. And I think what that, for me, I think that's incredibly powerful, right? Because what it does is it lends credibility and credence to what people have been saying on the ground. Now that you've got documents that are showing that there were poisonings.
Can you explain to the people back home what this whole thing about cyanide poisoning is all about? Because some people may not understand the significance of that. I know you mentioned the dead fish and the pollution and all of that, but how do they understand what cyanide is all about?
100%. Yeah. So it's people might have heard about cyanide. Like when I talk about cyanide when I mention this story to people, they hear the word cyanide and they might think, okay, that sounds like something out of like a spy thriller or some James Bond film, but not something to do with mining necessarily. But cyanide is often used to remove gold from the ore. Like, I'm not a technical guy, but if you speak to people in the industry, they can explain far better than I that it's a way of extracting, it's a way of taking out gold from the earth, and with that, mining companies have a responsibility to a legal duty to make sure that the cyanide does not enter the environment, does not go into the water, does not go into the rainforest in this case. And it was interesting to see that even before B Mountain's mine was established, so before B Mountain was set up, there were big international companies, consultancies that had produced reports for B Mountain when they were still setting up. This is going back kind of 10, 12, 13 years now. And they were saying, look, there's a real risk of pollution. There's a real risk that there's going to be cyanide, arsenic, which is another chemical which is present. It's already in the ground in the B Mountain area, but because of the mining, it can be released. It can come out of the ground and then enter the water. There's a real risk that cyanide, arsenic, and other chemicals could enter the water and then break Liberian drinking water standards, i.e., make it unsafe to drink. So the writing was already there. The warnings were already there. They said, look, if you take these measures, if you do these things, if you build your facilities properly, then maybe, there's still a risk, but maybe you'll be able to control it. And then what happens is they start mining for the gold. And I have to say that, the mining happens when mining first starts. It's a different owner to the owner today. That's just like a footnote, but an important one. But they start mining, and within a very short time of them, within a month or so of them starting to mine, they have their first pollution incident. Lo and behold, all of the warnings that the consultants made, they came true, and there was dead fish. People reported skin rashes and other sicknesses when from really nearly day one of the mining starting. And then over time, we see that there were repeatedly pollution spilling from the what's called the tailings dam. This is where all the waste is stored from the vast amounts of waste that comes from mining and finding all of that gold. It produces lots of waste. And then in places, as we know, like, you know, Liberia and other places on the equator, they have a lot of rainfall. And with that comes a real challenge in managing that water, right? And if you've got a lot of waste and then you've got a lot of water, then a real risk is it runs off into the environment, and you can have these pollution events. But that's not to say that's not like a get out of jail free card, but it's just the reality of like operating in places with high rainfall, that, you know, you have to try and you have to manage it properly. So that's the backdrop.
And this went on from day one, you mentioned, because they had done a whole lot of stuff, preliminary work. And from the day the mining started, some of these issues came to light. Jerome?
Yes. This is I'm looking at the signage for B. Martin, and it says, "Safety is our business." I just seen that on the the billboard. When you enter a B. Martin, they tell you, "Welcome to B. Martin," and B. Martin, this is who we are. Safety is our business. So this is what I'm talking about when people who are PROs, people who are into public relations, their job is to write defense terminology to attract people that they are doing it. But then when you look at, it's more of facade. When you peel the dressing back, you see the underneath, the undergirth of what's happening here. I'm looking at a different water, and it reminds me of something in Bomi they call the Blue Lake. I'm looking at the Blue Lake, and I'm looking at what you just showed me. It is the composition of the chemical reaction, you know, the toxicity of the water, but they have been able to turn that into a tourist attraction in Bomi. I am seeing something similar happening here, where someone like Larry, you or myself, who have no knowledge, we are going to be attracted to this thing called the Blue Lake, which is the former iron ore deposit where they dug these things. And now they are patented as a tourist attraction. I'm looking at this that you just showed me, what is seeping into our water. Not seeping, this is on a industrial scale here. This is amazing. Now, have you spoken to anybody from B Mountain or anybody in the Liberia Authority? And if you did, what did they tell you?
Yeah, we tried repeatedly to reach out to B Mountain and to its owners, Avasoro, and we didn't hear back from them. You know, our duty as responsible journalists is to put all allegations before publication, before we publish a story, to put it to whoever we're writing about, and to give them an opportunity to say, how do they respond to these allegations? How do they respond to our allegations? How do they respond to the allegations that have been made by the people of Kinjo, Jikando, the different communities? You know, I think there's those people have a right to be heard and to be responded to. We didn't hear back from B Mountain. We did hear back from the Liberian EPA. The Liberian EPA has told us, and I'm paraphrasing here, but you know, if you go to our articles at thegeckoproject.org, or you see the Associated Press article as well, you'll be able to see some of their response. But you know, they said that they'd been carefully monitoring, that they'd been in making sure that the facilities, that B Mountain has improved its facilities since these pollution events. They also said that they'd only been fined. B Mountain had only been fined once in 2018, and interestingly, the fine that B Mountain received for pollution was originally, it was like $99,999 but for some reasons unknown, it got reduced to $25,000. This is a company, with hundreds of millions in turnover, from what we know, and they apparently pay one fine of just $25,000. That's a reduced fine in 2018 for one pollution event. But the EPA said that it wasn't sure why that had occurred. They said this was from a previous administration. They said that the current administration is much more committed, or is much more committed to improving standards, to monitoring, to ensuring that the people are protected, and to making sure that the people of Jikandor, the closest village downstream of the mine, are relocated. But when my colleague Ed was in the area last year, there was no word yet of people being moved. People were still there. So I'd be interested to hear from your listeners, from anyone who's in the area, if they've heard words of people being moved, if indeed, what access to drinking water do they have? This is a story that we're certainly interested in hearing from people who are affected by this. It might be local communities, it might be people within the EPA itself who want to speak to us, or from B Mountain. We're open to hearing from anyone and everyone.
So if you're in Grand Jita, if you're watching this program tonight and you have some information, please share it in the chat. But the folks over at the Gecko group, our guest today is Elon, and he was part of a team that did the investigation about the mining over in Grand Cape Mountain, B Mountain over in Grand Cape Mountain. So he just made the point that if you have some information to share, please share it as well. But to follow up on what my co-panelist Jerome just mentioned, so Elon, you mentioned B Mountain was fined less than 100,000, but then even reading your article, it says that in 1 year, they made a little over $500 million, and now you're fining them what appears to, and one of our listeners in here said, that is roughly maybe 5 or more ounces of gold. It just seems to just not equate the penalty. But let me ask you this question, based on any work you've done, because, from the onset, you mentioned other work you've done. How does the oversight in Liberia measures to other countries? What are your investigations showing? How does Liberia rank in terms of oversight?
It's hard to compare like for like. It's hard to say, where Liberia stands compared to other countries. But what I can tell you is that we took the, after interviewing people, speaking to many different people, from former company workers to villagers, and a whole range of different people who worked within the EPA itself. And then speaking to people and getting the data itself, these documents and various other material, we took it to experts inside and outside of Liberia, and we quote some of them in our reporting, but we took it to scientists, toxicologists, people who work in the global mining industry. So, for instance, one individual, he's a senior, I forget his exact title, but he's a senior person at an institute that manages cyanide levels globally. So they manage what's called the cyanide code. A man called Eric Schwamberger, and he's US based. And his organization, they look at how cyanide is managed globally in different industries, in mining in particular, from what I understand. And what they do is they set a standards. They say, look, this is how much, this is the maximum you should be releasing. These are the good practices for, how much cyanide should be, how cyanide should be handled. And he said to me that the case of B Mountain, from what I was explaining to him, he said was highly unusual. And he said it was very uncommon for this sort of thing to happen, from his understanding of these types of events. And interestingly, when B Mountain started off mining, it said that it was going to keep to what was called the cyanide code. So they said, right, we're going to keep the best practices, the best global practices of the cyanide code, which means we are going to allow for auditors, we're going to allow for people to come to the mine to check out how we conduct that, how we manage our cyanide and so on, and we're going to abide by the best practices. Then in 2020, the company quietly exits the cyanide code. No audits were carried out. And I asked Eric Schwanberger, if this was a common thing. He said it was uncommon. So that's a very long answer to your question, but basically the people we spoke to said it was uncommon. It was evidence of sustained negligence, and other experts said as well. Yeah.
So before I give it to Jerome, I see one of the managing partners from the closing argument join us, Dr. Peabody. So Jerome, I guess you want to recognize Dr. Peabody because he's been following this story closely as well. So I'll give it over to you, Jerome.
Good. Let me welcome Dr. Peabody. Dr. Peabody, welcome to the show. If you drank that water from B Mountain, we need to check you. We need to check you. You need a complete checkup. How you doing, Chief?
Good to see everybody. Good to see you, Mr. Gayman, Mr. Alien. Good to see you, Professor Kennedy. Good to see you. I've been following this whole story when I was driving from work and just listening, and couldn't wait to get home to get on the show and stuff like that, because a lot of information is being shared here today, and we are delighted to have you on the closing argument. And welcome. I'm coming to you from Pennsylvania, so welcome as well.
Thank you so much. Real pleasure to be here joining you.
Good.
Ladies and gentlemen, share the show. If we have time, we will take maybe about 5 calls. We want to hear from those in the B Mountain area. That's King George, that's Cape Mount Bombay area there. We are showing you some slides of the deplorable conditions of these folks. By looking at the graphics here, looking at the photograph, there is no way that you can think that about $600 million, over $500 million comes from this town, this little community. But look at their lives. Look how their living condition is. These are people who have been cursed by what God has bequeathed to them from the soil. You know, people say when the former president of Liberia says, Liberia is so rich that if you drop a quarter, it will grow. Just think about that. The country is so wealthy and so fertile that if you drop a quarter, it will grow. And all you have to do is go to King George and dig 2 feet in some area, and you will find minerals. Gold in particular, $576 million came out of this little town. The only thing that resembles gold in that town is the color of that hut.
But Jerome, before you go on, one thing while reading the investigative report by Elon and the Gecko Project and the team, which is what drew me to a lot of the photos, courtesy given to the AP and Elon and his team. But one thing I also learned and understood was the process of mining causes a lot of these houses to become destabilized.
Mm.
So when you see a lot of the cracks in here, within the article, some of the people living there are saying it's because of this. I guess not only the pollution, but Mr. Abraham, was this also what you guys were picking up, the deplorable conditions like what Jerome was just mentioning, considering the $5,040 Jerome mentioned earlier, price of an ounce of gold, and then the whole destabilization of the property they're in. And we're hoping people will call in from that region to let us know if any relocation has happening. But what did you take from the people living in there in terms of the conditions of their home?
Yeah, that was one of the things that my colleague Ed, when he was speaking with people were talking about serious damage to local houses because there are blasts happening. So there are large explosions happening in the mining area as they're quarrying, as they're trying to get rock to mine for the gold. And the shocks from those explosions have seriously destabilized houses in the area. You've also got lots of deforestation, such a rich, fertile area that people have called home for generations. And the activities there by the mining company, by Bee Mountain, have reportedly led to wild elephants kind of leaving there, stampeding through farmland and ruining people's crops. So there's lots of different effects from kind of spillovers aside from the actual pollution itself. And then you had people protesting in the town as well, experiencing police brutality and even deaths as a consequence of those protests. So there's been there's multiple fronts that have been people have been sort of experiencing. And as you said, this is a company with the most recent available data shows us that they had a turnover of between July 21 and December 22, Bee Mountain exported more than $576 million worth of gold, and it only paid the Liberian government $37.8 million in tax. And this gold, as you're seeing from the photos and the videos over here, the conditions on the ground very different from the value that this precious metal that sits beneath the earth, beneath these people or in the area around these people. It gets shipped off to global markets. It goes to a big refinery belonging to a company called MKS PAMP in Switzerland, and then MKS PAMP sells this gold to buyers around the world. And we know that some of these buyers, for example, is Nvidia and Apple, two of the most valuable companies in the world. So there's a possibility that gold from the ground in Liberia is ending up in the it is in the supply chains of MKS PAMP, and then MKS PAMP sells to some of the biggest players on the planet, and that seems a million miles away from the conditions that people are experiencing in places like Kinjor and Jikandor and other communities. So, my work as a reporter isn't to say stop mining or trying to deny Liberians the right to to make money and to develop the economy. Certainly not. It's just, in this case, effectively what we were doing with our reporting was highlighting what Liberian EPA officials were saying, which was, look, these levels are breaching our own standards. And Liberians were saying, this is harming our livelihoods, this is polluting our waterways, highlighting that, and then leaving your readers, your listeners, the communities in Liberia and outside of Liberia to draw their own conclusions.
Let me welcome Chief Tomalin George. Welcome to the show. Your guest is here. We are discussing those things that you have been talking about, and Dr. Peabody has been talking about. Our people. We are not people-centered. We don't care about people, as evidence of what's happening recently in Liberia. Homes been demolished without proper arrangement to relocate the folks. Here we are. These folks. This is our drinking water. This is where our children swim. This is where our fishes reside or used to. Look at the environment. Welcome, Chief. You are muted.
Tomalin, are you there? You muted, Tomalin. We can't hear you.
Wow. Okay, while he's fixing his microphone, let me welcome a few folks here. Flex Electronics, welcome to the show. Thank you very much. Mr. Mozart, Dennis, watching from Minnesota. Excellent. Emmett Harmer, following this evening. Are you here? Are you here? I think he is still having some. I'm hearing myself. Larry Kennedy, can you take over while I go through
Larry
this?
Kennedy, can you take over while I go through this?
Not a problem. So, folks, if you're just joining us,
okay, we have some serious feedback here.
Okay, we have
something is going on.
Yeah, you good now.
Okay, perfect. So before I swing it over to Dr. Peabody real quick, I just want for people who are just joining us, we are in fact speaking with Elon Abram. He is one of the. It's Tomalin again. We are. So over the past few weeks, many of you may have seen, and you probably read a rebuttal article in the front page magazine from the EPA. Immediately after this program, this article from the Garguah Project came out. There was a rebuttal article from the EPA. If you're just joining us, this is what's happening. So there's been an investigative report. It was published in the Associated Press in collaboration with the Garguah Project. They were examining gold mining in Liberia specifically. I know there's another name for it. It just escapes me, but I know we're referring to a B mountain up in the Grand Cape Mount area. So the reporting had been documenting chemical spills, right? Specifically some heavy metals. You talk about cyanide, you talk about arsenic, you talk about some whole lot of things that were contaminating the waters in there. And we know there have been issues about B Mountain going back to 2025. There were some protests, there was some riot. We know that people reported that the police came in to squash the protesters, and we know it was a little bit brutal. But for listeners across Liberia, this is not just some issues that we just pull off the air. This is something that is affecting you directly. It's impacting rivers in Liberia. This is important. The drinking water, fishing, farming, daily activities in Liberia is being impacted. Daily activities in Liberia is being impacted.
Larry, I think it's Tomalin George. Something wrong with your system.
Yeah, too many need to go off. Your phone is
something wrong with your system.
Yeah, too many need to go off. Your phone is.
Go out and come back in.
Okay, great. He's on mute.
Yeah.
So before I turn it over to Mr. Gayman, real quick, you just joining us. So for listeners in the diaspora, before I turn it over to Mr. Gayman, real quick, you just joining us. So.
Yeah, Tomalin, you need to finish your set. You need to go off completely and come back in, Tomalin. Completely and come back in. So,
All right, so let me wrap this up real quick.
Yeah.
So again, for people in the diaspora, right, this story is raising some serious concern based on what our guests have shared with us. Who is truly benefiting from Liberia's natural resources? We saw in the article that in 1 year, B Mountain pulled out a little over $500 million. Yet, when we look at some of the communities, we see the damage that is being done as well. Some of the safeguards, what is the EPA doing? Again, Mr. Elon just mentioned that his thing is not to stop anyone from mining, but just to do it in a safe way that will protect not just the environment, but communities surrounding those areas. So this is what this conversation is about. We want you to please, if you're in Grand Cape Mountain, you experience issues with B Mountain, please share that in the comment, because this team, the Garguah project, this is the work they do. Liberia was the first project they did. And let's go ahead and support them, because they're educating us in ways that is rarely done, because I'm sure there's some risk. And I'm going to ask Mr. Elon this question before I turn it to Jerome. Were you guys at any time at risk? Because whenever we see these sort of reports being done, investigative reporters constantly get threatened. Even civil societies in Liberia get threatened. Were you guys ever at risk when doing this investigative report?
Yeah, so I just want to say that as a just speaking more generally, I as a reporter based in the UK, I have there's far less risks that I'm exposed to than, say, independent journalists who are trying to cover these sorts of issues in Liberia itself. I know that my colleague Ed, when he was reporting on the ground in Liberia, there was a time when he was followed through the area by a car which he suspected was linked to the company, but nothing came of it. But it was still concerning to be tailed for a long time through remote roads in this area. But there are lots of challenges. I think a lot of reporters around the world, when they're reporting on issues to do with mining, deforestation, corruption, these are some of the most challenging areas for reporters in many different countries, including Liberia. But Liberia is a democracy, and Liberia has a thriving civil society. And I think, that's one of the things that I've seen off the back of oh, there's quite a lot of echo. Off the back of this reporting as well, is that there's been conversations such as this one, lots of people who are keen to ensure. Am I the only one getting the feedback, or is it everyone?
Yeah, I'm hearing feedback as well.
Yeah. From Tomalin.
Okay. Yeah, so it's just to say that I think there's a real appetite, there's a real hunger, a desire for more reporting like this. There are some, we're committed to continuing to cover these issues. And like I said earlier on this call, I would be very interested to hear from any of your listeners, after this show as well, if you think there are parts of this story that deserve telling, or other projects in the country that you think need to be told, then we would love to hear from you.
Wow. Tomalin George, welcome to the show.
Tomalin, we're not getting you, man. We can't get you.
Some of our listeners are asking, how do they connect with you?
Yeah, so maybe I can drop my email in the chat, and then you could share that with your listeners. Would that be possible?
Okay.
Yes. Go ahead.
Yeah, that'll be good.
So,
well, also, okay, when you're done, I wanted to ask you one question. So,
sure, please.
Yes, I was concerned that, you lay a lot of stuff here, and that a lot of Liberians will be open to hearing this. This is pretty much so surprising to a lot of Liberians. They are not aware of a lot of these things you are saying. But let me ask you, what can the average Liberian do? Since we know that our government have not exerted a lot when it comes to these kind of things, the government really don't care because there's a lot of things involved. There's a lot of corruption and other thing, exchange of give and things that kind of limit our officials from doing. What can the average Liberian do? Since you guys are out there and know a lot of information, who can they reach out to report bead mounting for the kind of violation that we are seeing in that country? Where can Liberian look to, or who, if concerned Liberian come together and want to do something to help, where can they write, or who can they contact?
So I definitely wouldn't claim to be an expert on Liberian issues. Like, I think all of you on this call certainly know a lot more than I do, and I'm sure you're connected to people inside and outside of Liberia who would be much better placed to kind of answer that question. But I mean, my role as a reporter is to surface information, to bring information to light. But I think that, as I was saying, you know, Liberia is a democratic country. Sure, it has challenges. Many countries have challenges. I'm in the UK. The UK has challenges as well. And so there are some avenues for pursuing change and for, you know, taking these complaints, taking these findings to elected officials. I know that B Mountain has made many promises and commitments, and the EPA, the Liberian Environmental Protection Agency, has also said that, you know, improvements have been made to the mine, and it's you know, it's better regulated than it was in the past. But I would want to know, you know, if I was in Liberia, maybe it's worth asking more questions like, okay, they've made public commitments about providing drinking water, about improving the standards. Is that actually happening? You know, I'm not saying it's not, but I'm saying I think there's a role for civil society. I'm not going to tell anyone what to do, but I think there's a role for civil society to just make sure that what the company, what the EPA, what others are saying is happening is actually happening, right? Like, someone to actually just say, okay, you've said on paper that you're going to make the mine safer, that you're going to relocate people and give people access to clean food, clean water and food. Have you done that? And keep on asking those questions. That's my role as a reporter. And I think, you know, that's where also like NGOs, campaigners, local communities, that's the sort of stuff which is so important. And then outside of Liberia, I think, you know, as I was saying, Henry, I think before you joined this call, that this is a Liberian story, but it's a global story as well, in that the gold from this ground, it leaves Liberia, right? Like, that's where the money is made. And that's where I think, you know, that's also an interesting thing to look at as well, is like, who's buying this, who's making money out of this gold, and are there opportunities there for pressure, you know? But that's kind of straying beyond my remit, my beat. But, you know, we've set it out in the reporting that the gold leaves Liberia, it goes to Switzerland, and then it ends up in some of the biggest companies in the world, you know, potentially. So, yeah, sorry if that's not like a
well, that's, I think you did
answer.
You know, because what I was trying, just a follow up, what I was trying to get here is there a regulating body outside of Liberia that regulate these gold bonds that go to different countries and do things? Is there a body that regulate what they do and stuff, and that we can probably say, you know what, we're going to write a letter to this group because they are violating? That's what I'm saying.
I understand now. Sorry. So yeah. So I don't know if you were on the call when I mentioned the cyanide code.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah. So the International Cyanide Management Institute is a US, I believe, a US headquartered organization that sets a voluntary code called the Cyanide Code for best practices for managing cyanide. And B Mountain was signatory, had signed up to this, and then in 2020 pulled out of the code. So, you know, they aren't managed by the Cyanide Codes, but there will be standards that are that it's meant to adhere to. Whether it does, I can't say as for now, but I know that previously, for example, there was the International Finance Corporation, which is a part of the World Bank, and the world, and it sets standards for what, you know, for limits for how much pollution is acceptable, how much is safe, how much is not. And the Liberian Environmental Protection Agency, in its samples in the water that it tested, it showed that repeatedly the levels of cyanide and other toxic chemicals were above not only the Liberian limits, but also the IFC's, the International Finance Corporation's limits. So there might be questions there. The IFC, before, like early on when B Mountain was just getting established, they actually had a stake. They had a stake in the company, but they don't anymore. So it's a patchwork of different codes, different standards that sort of do and don't manage this. But I think something that's interesting for me is, like, you know, Liberia, it was very clear from these reports that the Liberian EPA wrote that Liberia has already regulations. You know, it's not as if these are that it needs international regulations necessarily. Like, Liberia has its own laws, and these laws and these regulations said, okay, this is the maximum amount of pollution that you're allowed, and then the company polluted above these levels according to the EPA. And the technicians, the guys, the men and women who were out in the field taking the water samples, when they wrote these reports, they said, we recommend the company is fined for violations, but for some reason only one fine was issued in that whole time. So yeah.
Tomalin, before you come on, can you play Flag Fumba Myean? He's 20 from Cape Mount, the area we are talking about. Dr. Peabody?
Already.
Okay. Tomalin, you are...
Tony got a flat today. Sorry.
Hey, Tomalin, we're going with mute yourself. Okay, there he goes. We'll need to enroll Tomalin in StreamYard 101. For whatever reason, he can't seem to get the audio thing sorted out. Back to you, Jerome, because I know we just have Elon here for a few more minutes. So back to you, Jerome.
Yes. Elon, this is a gentleman that is in the area that you are referring to in Cape Mount. He said, I'm watching you live from Jenin, Liberia Town, Kromah, Clown, Dawa District, Grand Cape Mount County, Republic of Liberia. I wish, if you are watching still, if you have data in your phone, if you could update us on what's happening around you, what are the people saying, what's happening to them, their health, whatever information you have. I'm sorry that you mentioned your name already, so I don't know if it still be possible for you to clandestinely do it for us. But if your name is mentioned and you don't feel safe, don't comment. We will find other ways to get the information. But yes, we want to acknowledge that you are from that area. And we don't know who's watching, but yes, thank you very much for tuning in. Ellen, just before you go, Liberia is very good when it comes to lip service when it comes to consulting and writing the glossy policies written by international experts is a facade. We don't follow them. We don't have the implementation policy. The folks are usually corrupt. They will abandon an entire project for peanuts, as evidenced by what you're talking about here. What could be an option for us other than going through the system that is part of the whole cabal?
It's a big question. And yeah, I'm not sure I have the answers. I know that, you know, as a reporter, you know, I look for, you know, for impact in my stories. But I also know that impact and change rarely comes about quickly. And, you know, these are the sorts of things that, you know, the people in, you know, Grand Cape Mount County, for example, they know this best of all, that people there have been complaining about these issues for many years, right? And I think it's easy to say when you're not in those people's shoes, but I think, you know, change can be slow, but you just have to stick to it. And I think that, you know, like I was saying, this is a Liberian issue, but it's also a global issue. And I feel like once you recognize that, can feel, in some ways, that can feel disempowering, because you're like, oh my God, like this is such a big issue. This is, you know, you're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars. You're talking about Switzerland, Liberia. But actually, you know, this is, I feel like, an opportunity for, you know, campaigners to work, Liberian campaigners to work with campaigners outside of Liberia, for journalists such as myself to be looking into these issues. We hope that through our reporting on the challenges and the experiences that people have had around B Mountain, that other reporters will now follow up on these issues. You know, this is something that the Gecko Project can't do by itself, and other reporters have done before us as well in various ways. And there are other great local reporters who've worked on this. So I think, you know, this is for us, you know, sunlight is the best detergent, but it's not the only piece of the puzzle. You know, there has to, it's a network of different people who have to kind of keep slinging mud and see what sticks. And yeah, I hope that our investigations have been helpful. And I really, yeah, as I've said before, I would love to hear from your listeners, from anyone, you know, if they've been directly impacted by these issues, if they have any knowledge of this, you know, that would be massively helpful. I'd be very interested to hear from you. My email, yeah, is alon@thegeckoproject.org, ALON @the Gecko, GECKO project.org, as you see on screen. You know, these sorts of stories are only possible when people are brave enough to speak out. But at the same time, we also recognize that, you know, there might be some risks, that people might not feel confident speaking out as well. So people, you know, we've spoken with people and we've protected their identity. So, and we can do that, you know, so, yeah, I think, you know, these are issues that are, you know, specific to Liberia, but also global challenges that we all face.
Great. Before we go, let me try this one more time. Come on, Tomalin George.
You hear me now?
Yes. Give it a shot.
You hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, thank you. Thank God. Thank you. Yes. Thank you. I want to appreciate Mr. Professor Kennedy, and especially Elon from the Gecko Project.
I've tagged all those who need to know what you're talking about, from the vice president, the speaker, all those in the government. They have tagged this show. If they are watching this show, I think you are saying a lot of things that they need to know. I've tagged them, even the police boss and everyone. I've tagged them on this show tonight. It's a very important show, and I'm getting messages about us having to really engage you more. But your time is limited, I know, but it's a very, very good work your investigation have reviewed to the people of Liberia and to the world. And honestly, people are getting sick, and they don't know where they're getting sick from the pollution. And the bee mountain have been in the news for a long time. People have complained about them. And apparently, the government or the authorities in Liberia have just neglected to just ignore the concern of the people. And like you said, people are afraid to come and speak out. And because they're taking millions of dollars out of Liberia, but when the peanuts go into our economy, and that's not fair to the country. But I want to find out from you, like Peabody asked the question, if you want to file a complaint against Bee Mountain and the government for not being sensitive to the people's plight, how do you do it? How we go about doing it? We'll file a complaint, a national complaint that will bring light to what's happening with Bee Mountain. How we go about doing it? I know that at different points in time there's been petitions made by lawyers to the president himself. I know that complaints have been made to the Liberian EPA as well. So and then there are obviously local officials or local democratic officials who people have and can make complaints to as well. But so I think it's a combination of that. Yes. Indications, despite the series of complaints people have made, people have complained about Bee Mountain polluting the environment, the water, and so forth. It appears that the government, the lawmakers, and everyone, they are aware of what's happening. They are aware of it. They cannot say they are not aware. They are aware of it. But they're either in business with Bee Mountain, either they are doing business with them at the detriment of the peoples, and so forth. Because like tonight, I'm happy that we have tagged them this show, and even they say they didn't watch the show, we'll still make sure they get to them. Because what you and your group did, the Gecko Project, I mean, is so. We know how to tell you thank you, because you expose a lot of things, and it's in our interest, the people's interest, because the people are poor. They don't know how to go about to stand up for themselves, and those who are supposed to do it for them apparently have refused to do it, and either in some compromise with Bee Mountain and so forth. So there's a need to make this a national emergency, to get on this and expose what's going on, because maybe someone in the national community, somebody responsible can intervene and take and hold the government and the people of Bee Mountain responsible, accountable for what they are doing. So I want to say thank you again, and we'll not relent. We'll pursue it and make sure that this will not just go in vain, because people's lives are being affected. People are getting ill, and they don't know where they're getting ill from. They say, oh, there's the person getting cancer, the person getting this thing. And sometimes it's not from there. It's from the pollution they are causing. So we just got to make sure that we are more aggressive and make sure that we reach out to those who can help us to alleviate this problem. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Alan, before you go, any parting comments?
Parting comment. Yeah, I just want to say that, my colleague Ed, who had the pleasure of being in Liberia, just said how beautiful a country it is, how rich and diverse it is as a country. And I just think that, these poor regulation of the mining sector, it doesn't have to be the case. It doesn't have to be the case that pollution goes into rivers and affects people's lives. And there should be better ways of of making sure that the people of Liberia get a better deal. And as an investigative reporter, as a reporter, it's it's my job to report on when things go wrong. But I think there are plenty of people in Liberia and outside of Liberia doing important work to make sure that standards are improved. I just wish you the best of luck, and I would let's all stay in touch. And as I said earlier, if there are other stories that people think should be covered, I'm interested to hear from you. If you think that you have had health impacts potentially from any of these issues, then I would like to hear from you as well. I have limited resources. I don't want to overpromise, but also, I'll do my best. So yeah, it's a real pleasure to be on this call. Thank you again. And let's continue the conversation.
Okay, before you leave, Ellen, I learned something from you. You said, and I quote, the sunlight is the best detergent. I love that, and I'm going to keep that. I'm going to write it on my page, and I'm going to use that everywhere I go. With your permission, sunlight is the best detergent.
I definitely borrowed it from somewhere else as well. So yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you so much for your time, everyone. Thanks, Mr. Gayman.
Hopefully you come back for I guess an update. I know we're going to hear a lot from Cape Mountain, from the B Mountain area. We'd love to invite you maybe a month from now, come and see what has happened, and let's open the line to hear from the folks.
Yeah, I would. I'd be very happy to do that. So please get in touch.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Take care.
Say hi to my Chelsea. Say hi to my Chelsea fan. I'm a Chelsea fan over here.
All right, we'll have to have another show about that.
Yeah, that's another show.
All right.
Thank you so much. It's good to have you, man. Have a good night. Good night.
Well, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, wow.
Somebody still.
Tomalin, you are toxic.
Yeah, Tomalin, you got to change the entire phone today. Yeah, use your phone.
I think it is the power that be don't want the powerful man to be on the show. That's why they're doing this.
You can hear me still?
Hey, Jerome, what's up, man? Thank you all for doing this. I wish I would have joined. I wish I could have joined you earlier, but I listened to part of the show, and I think this is very important. Shedding light on these kind of things. So let me thank you all very much. Thanks to Elon and his group. I hope that this veil, this lid that they're beginning to lift over what is happening in Cape Mountain and other parts, will lead to some kind of relief for people over there. I mean, I think it's bad enough that we've been shortchanged on the resources they're taking out of these people's, out of Liberia, which was really for all of us. And now these people, it's like a double whammy for them. They get nothing for losing all of the resources, and now, the environment is being poisoned. And these things, they tend to stay with the region for a very long time. You're talking about birth defects and all those kinds of things. So I really hope, I'm glad Tomalin has been tagging some of the responsible authorities. Hopefully they will take notice here and please, get on it and bring relief to this people. I thank you all very much. It's good to be here. And Larry, it's good to see you, man.
So give me, you hear me still?
Yes, brother.
Can you hear me?
You still.
Yeah, the echo.
The echo is too much.
Well,
I really hope that we can replay this tomorrow, because the radio was going off and on. I mean,
please.
I hope we can replay this tomorrow so that more listeners, because the radio went off. So that more listener would listen and be able to hear. Because what was said here today, I said Liberian can't open the eyes, the ears and all of that. But so a lot of things were said, and now we know why a lot of people struggle and die from all kinds of diseases living in those areas. It's because of the kind of stuff, the sauna, stuff like that, the different chemicals and things that are put into the rock. That Bee Mountain is violating the sauna code. I didn't even know something like that. It's sad.
Myean, go back to that blue link and keep it there for a few minutes, please. There you go. Keep it right there for a few minutes. Professor Larry Kennedy, I just want to keep this there. The absurdity of the Republic of Liberia in bombing. The hole that were dug by LMC, the Liberian Mining Company, and the chemical used in that ground. Today, Liberia is selling that toxicity as a blue lake, as though it's some natural phenomenon in Liberia, and they are inviting folks to go to bombing and be part of that. This thing here we are looking at, that's what it is in bombing. That's what the Republic of Liberia is selling as a tourist attraction called the Blue Lake.
Are you serious?
Yes.
You can hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
You're good. Yes. But Mr. Gayman, Mr. Kennedy, Professor Kennedy, let me say thank you so much. So much. This is one of the best shows I think I've had since this year. And the people on Nora Hope said something. I agree with her. Bee Mountain can be sued. It can be sued. And
yes.
The residents in that place that are expressing these pollution, they can sue them and they will pay off the price. I don't know what the EPA is doing, or the EPA our country. I think it's a joke, because the man said the last time they were fined was 2020, and they reduced the fine $25,000 for this thing, and yet and still the people have been complaining about this thing for years, and nobody has stood up for them. It took the foreign journalists to go and investigate and come out with these findings. So the findings can be, you send it to the president. I don't know what he would do about it, because he's aware of this thing. I'm sure they're aware of it. They're definitely not aware of it. And last time people were protesting, they sent police there, and we don't have it in Bee Mountain. They control our country a lot. But we shouldn't take it. We shouldn't take this lightly. I hope we can pursue it. We continue to go after it and make sure that they be re-exposed, and internationally they can be exposed to. Maybe Liberia will come on strong a condemnation before they will take some action, because it's not fair to the people. Because the people polluting and they didn't care, because nobody there to regulate them. Nobody there to put them in check. Look what people are reporting about what happened in Bee Mountain. I told you guys, SM brought up with flour from Liberia with empty seats, because they in Bee Mountain they are in a deal with Bee Mountain. They ain't care. The man just told you they took millions of dollars on Liberia and only peanuts went to our economy. I would say we got a government, got a country. It's wrong.
But those that have been involved within this, this not just a one year situation. This have been going on for years. So if the government really wanted to do something to fight this kind of environmental pollution and all of that, the government would have stood their ground. Apparently, they're not standing their ground, because we know what goes out, who gets stuff in the back, and the majority suffer. And that's what we see going on here, Professor Kennedy.
Yeah, I think Tomalin, Doc, Mr. Nagbe, Mr. Gayman, I think you guys are touching on some salient points, right? So what Alan was saying, me being a finance guy, if you really want to grab people's attention, sometimes you got to hit them with the money. So what our guest mentioned, that some of this gold is now being used in products like NVIDIA, right? So I sent an email to NVIDIA, and I know I'm going to hear from them. If I don't hear from them, I'll follow up again.
Very good.
Because not just NVIDIA, but also I send an email to the parent company of B Mountain, because they all have this sort of environmental pledge on their website. And Mr. Gayman talked about it earlier. You know, they do all of these. He went to the website and he saw all of these little promos they have in terms of what they're doing, but they're not living up to it. If you want to, I think Tomalin touched on something. If you want to get their attention, you got to get in touch with the people who are buying the end products.
Yes.
The Microsoft, the NVIDIA, all these people. There has to be a writing campaign going on. And when Mr. Kehleboe posted this article and I saw it, and after I read it, it only took about a day or so for the EPA in Liberia to respond. I knew something was up with this thing. It had to be big. It had to be big. Because these guys made in 1 year, B Mountain, $500 million.
Look at that.
And the Liberian government only got 0.6% of that $500 million, or roughly $30-something million. $500 million. They were making a killing. And Jerome mentioned it earlier. The price of gold, he said, was $5,050 per ounce. They were making money. But let me post this over to you guys before I turn it back over to Jerome. Here in the States, when something like this happens, you don't even have to waste time to go find a lawyer, because the lawyers themselves will come together and form what is called a class action lawsuit.
Now, I need to happen.
A class action lawsuit against B Mountain. Is that something doable in Liberia? Doc? Jerome, what do you guys think?
Mr. Professor Kennedy, the Nora Hook said, you can do it internationally. The people the end product are buying this thing, and the hair company. Well, like for instance, example, right? I heard a man mention about cyanide. It says it's a fast-acting and potentially deadly chemical that affects the body's ability to use oxygen. It's come from natural substances in some foods and in certain plants, including the pits and seeds of some common food. So that something they start having bitter look, cyanide, and that's on the play with. And the other man said they found over there, and we're taking it for a joke. Where our Minister of Health? Where the Environmental Protection Agency? Where all these people? What are they doing? Where the lawmakers from Kamara? The caucus, what are they doing? What are they doing? What happened to the president, the vice president? All of them will be take this serious. They're affecting the citizens that they're governing. You know, but again, like Professor Kennedy, look, I don't know, but we gotta reach up to some, and these are cases that lawyers will not even take to pay right now. They'll take say we want a case and we'll do it, and then after that we'll get it with the result from a class action lawsuit. What needs to happen, because people are dying. People don't know where they're dying from. They go to the hospital. Oh, that's somebody not wish me. Oh, somebody get cancer. But the very pollution the people are expressing. And until people can take action on it, it will continue. And B Mountain need to be held accountable. Need to be exposed more than this. Okay, hope we can run a whole stuff on our website, on our page of B Mountain. They put the whole thing there. The findings for the investigation. They publish it. Okay, I will tell my man Randy. I will get in the findings. They can help to put it, to expose them more. It's serious, you know.
Because the thing is, can the people get justice in Liberia? Which is very impossible. It's very impossible. They can't get no justice. You sure? You sure they can get justice in Liberia, Mister? I don't think the people can get it, because again, I'm very uncomfortable with our justice system, and it will be difficult.
Listen, the way they will get justice, and I will share with you the law firm that I hired to take down LAC. And the law firm say we are going directly where LAC is housed, in Belgium at the time. We know who they are. We know where they are. We are going after them. The only person that saved LAC was Councillor Bronskin. It turned out at the end that he was playing a double game. He was representing LAC as a lawyer, either at one time, and he did not want to be entangled. So he torpedoed that. So we know exactly how to go after these folks. And you say getting results in Liberia? Yes.
Okay.
You don't go to Liberia to get results in Liberia. You go where the power is based. Where is Bear Mountain headquartered?
Right.
There where you go. And you will see it will revival rate in Liberia. You heard what it means. You heard what the reporter said.
Right.
He said the people, we got record that the people protested and they were brutalized. He was being diplomatic. He didn't want to say that people were murdered. The Liberian police killed, 4 or 6 people during the protest? And later on, they settled. They have the report. They know it. These people have the report. So yes, you can get justice on the ground because the justice that people need is in our hand. We have the proof. We have the evidence. It can be falsified. You can go out there and test it and retest it. Just, last week we were here talking about the fault of the EPA with a chemical truck that fell in Bond County. The EPA told the folk to dig a well or dig into the ground so the chemical can disappear. You saw the picture. We show it here. We have enough evidence that the EPA on the ground is only a paper tiger. They are sitting right there. And already, when you look at this here, and look at the photo from Bond County where the people dug hole, and the chemicals sit there, and they think that's how you get rid of a chemical as dangerous as cyanide. The EPA for Liberia has a terrible record. The evidence is everywhere. The reporter said it. They have proof that the people protested and they were squashed. So yes, they can be held accountable on the global scene. And I think we should pursue that. Thank you.
Yeah, but I think Mr. Nagbe will come in. But Mr. Gayman, I was just going to ask you this. I think, are you talking about international justice or local justice in that country?
If you hold B Mountain accountable at the headquarters and they are fined for the degradation and the abuse of the people, the folks on the ground will feel it. That's how you deal with it. It's like you're the father of 5 children. If your children keep misbehaving, you do nothing. And when the court holds you responsible to pay a big fine, those expensive sneakers your children were wearing, you were cut back on it. And that's how you deal with these folks, because there is no way that Liberia is capable. If the country neglects itself, $674 million, and you get only 0.6%, and you are satisfied with that. If you cannot take care of yourself, what makes you think you can take care of somebody else?
Right.
So, Dr. Larry Kennedy, this is where we are. And excuse me, let me go back to Victor. Victor,
yeah,
you have been the advocacy thing all your life. This is how you deal with bullies. You go directly to the headquarters.
No, I agree with you, especially what Larry said here. I think where your blow is impactful is when you go to the purse. In this country, we all know these people they fight your purse. Once it begins to hit your pocketbook, and these people, they're international buyers here. I mean, who all don't know the blood diamond situation? I think these are some of the advocacies that led to this. But let's not forget, look, Jerome, you mentioned the protests in the Bima. It was just in the early days of this government. We know what happened there. They went there and brutally put down, the protests. People got killed. I don't think the result of that investigation has ever been made public. The president himself went to B Mountain and suspended these people's operation. I'm sure you probably went over all of this. He suspended the operation. I think 2 weeks later he restored it after they committed, not gave. They promised to pay overtime $250,000. You know, so for all of this happening to our people, look, cyanide poison is one of the deadliest, poisoning. They can be taken in by all kinds of methods, inhalation, injection. Our people don't know any better. They're living in this. Look, we have a responsibility to look out for our people, and if the government is not going to do it, then we have to. I know it might be a little difficult rallying support locally, but there are some lawyers locally that are available. This EPA former running mate, Kehleboe Gongloe, is one of the lawyers that come to mind immediately. I think a consortium of lawyers can be rallied in locally, but internationally too. I think we should find a way to join voices. But I think this matter should be lifted, and it should be done quickly. I think something needs to be done. These people, there's no telling the effects that these people are going to suffer, years later. So, we talked about bone mines. I mean, Bone County the other day, they told them to bury. Can you imagine? Hydrochloric acid, corrosive as it is. You're talking about burying. Bury it, you put it in iron container, it will eat through the iron container and come out. Where are you going to bury it? I think it's sitting in the water table and run it down the stream. You're talking about bury, but that was the solution. The EPA, the company. Wow. Yeah, so our people, we have to advocate for our people. And I'm really so pleased that, I can call myself a part of this team that is shedding light on this. Thank you all very much, Larry. Kehleboe, I think you great brother. So I really appreciate what you guys are doing. Thanks to the young gentleman who was here. I hope he will continue to help us. We need to get this out there, and we need to do it quickly and try to help our people. But thank you all so much.
Thank you, Honorable Kennedy.
Yeah, man. I think my brother Nagbe just spoke, and I see Yacindy also here making some very powerful comments as well. Look, a lot of the people in those villages, they do not have the voice. They do not have the capability to change anything, right? Because they're in the same condition they find themselves in. The livelihood has been threatened. The reporter, Alan, also mentioned that, some farms were being trampled by elephants because of the blast. You saw pictures of people's houses being destroyed because of the mining blast as well. And he also was asking if B Mountain, as promised, have relocated people, but you're taking people off the land that have been feeding them for years. Look, what other countries have done successfully was to follow the money trail. We know Liberia doesn't have, and this goes to what Doc was saying, the judicial system is weak. But if you start hitting people like NVIDIA, that is a beneficiary of that's benefiting from these, Liberia gold, you will start seeing some results, because they now, NVIDIA being one of the most valuable companies on the planet, they now will start looking in terms of the source of some of these gold, and we're seeing if people down there are doing their due diligence. So I don't know if the Liberian government and the investigative reporter, I give these guys credit to come from the UK, go to Liberia, run an investigative reporting on B Mountain. But first of all, who owns B Mountain? It's a Turkish company. These guys are thinking they have other mountains, not just the one in Liberia. They're making billions across Africa. This Turkish company. Consider going again, how much money they could potentially make. I would say maybe over the past 6 years or so, I wouldn't be surprised if these guys have pulled at least maybe 4 to 5 billion easily out of Liberia, a little small Turkish company. And they're just one of many that is happening in the West African region. But then when you look at the villages where they're pulling all of these resources from, you can't pull $500 million or 576 million in 1 year. And if people who are sitting there living in abject poverty, that will never happen in any developed country. But it happens in Liberia. Why? Because it's allowed to happen.
Right. You got the police. The police. They're providing protection for them. Protection. And then somebody told me, they said, Tomalin, if you go to, I hope we can do it quietly. He said, if you go to Bee Mountain early in the morning, you see the Turkish people that are there. They are one that doing all the work that Liberians should be doing. They do almost all the work there, but they hiding it from people. Okay, like I like what CFA said. Most of the construction agreements, that's why they won't even open it for people to look at it. Because all the things inside, in case they'll tell you in the construction agreement, if pollution, the people get affected by the pollution from what you guys are doing, what will happen? All the things are there. Okay, and besides that, I was also informed that when these concessions are signed, I think periodically, you should go before the House or the Senate, and for to check on them. What are they go in accordance with the agreement is signed? And again, our lawmakers then the people come there and just shake their hand, laugh for them, and they leave. Like Professor Kennedy said just now, what are the villages the people operating from? People are there suffering, okay, suffering. But if you try to bring it to their attention, they will play games with you a bit. One of the things we're gonna do now is go international, take people to court. The only way it can happen, because if you depend on Liberia, they will everything will be compromised. Because don't tell me the executive, the legislative, and the judicial branch are aware of what happening in Bee Mountain. They're aware of it. Who have complained. So the best thing can be to know. This guy went there, investigative journalists went there, did investigation, and the findings, I'm sure, you send the findings tomorrow to the president, the VP, everybody, they will tell you look into it. They will call out a committee and go up there after a few days, they're over with. Bee Mountain needs to be held accountable. They are doing too many things over there that people are complaining about. And I'm sitting here now, people sending a message to me saying that they got more thing to give on Bee Mountain. I say, yo, bring it on. Bring it on. We're talking. Not true, Yassini. Not true. Leadership matters. Depend. You think the thing happened in Burkina Faso, in Rwanda, and in the countries that the leaders are talking, what happened? But again, Liberia.
So Siafa is a MNPB guy, BP guy.
Moral ball.
But anyway, yeah, no, but Chief, you're right, and I agree with you, Cindy. Here, I think this is where leadership comes in. But again, look, from the inception of this thing, I think the leadership has already let us down. I mean, we just recounted the instances where leadership could have stepped up here and taken the side of the people, but no, they're taking the side of the concessionaires, you know. But like you were saying, these things have benchmarks built into them, right? You know, after year 2 or 3, you're supposed to build clinics, you're supposed to build schoolhouses, you're supposed to build roads, you're supposed to do this, you're supposed to do that. And it was found Bee Mountain was not doing that. Not only that, they were damaging the road and all of that. The president expressed righteous indignation and went to Bee Mountain and threw the hammer down. You understand me? A lot of us, we came out here and we said the president, this time, we're on the president's side. And what did he do after 2 weeks? You know, he gave the boat license back. And now they didn't even do, they promised to pay. Now that they paying $250,000. You know, and you know, you're talking here people who are bringing billions, $250,000. That is what will hurt their bottom line. That's what's going to hurt their pockets. You know, they will just laugh and you know, and give you $250,000 and go back to what they were doing. So you know, I hope we can all come together and find a way here to help our people. I think this thing requires a bigger light, you know, shed on it, and let's find a way to bring it to the attention of more. You know, let's see if we can sign on more activists. And you know, we can start with viral videos and start contacting people like Jerome already has. experiencing this with the lawyers for lack and all of that. So I think we can all come together, find a way to give this thing the attention it deserves. Including Yasunde here, I think she has a big voice herself. So I hope she's not just gonna be sitting and be writing. I hope she will sign on. That's my
your friend said Gangonu said he will sign on. He just posted. Say Gangonu, thank you for signing on.
Let go tell Papa JMB first. Then we'll...
Yeah, I mean, the thing you guys said, leadership is very important. If you don't have a strong leader who can really stand up to these things, when you have the cronies in the back who are saying, "Oh, if you do this, we're not going to get the kind of revenue you need. We know we're in the jam." You're not going to get it, and that's what we see because people are not committed. They are not committed to really fighting for the cause of the people. We saw Lamco, we saw Firestone Plantation until President Sirleaf had to go there, when those people were living in a room with outside bathroom for the same company they work for. The company they work for, they made billions of dollars that Firestone made, but yet and still the people were alienated in some kind of ways. They didn't have the opportunity to go. They didn't have opportunity to live any life. Electricity was in Firestone, but someone put no electricity in their home. They had running water in Firestone. Firestone had a dime, running water and all. But some of those people did not have even running water in the home that Firestone built. So we see all of that. So have our government ever demonstrated any kind of effort to fight that? No. It's all about individual interest. And at the end of the day, we just talk and talk and talk. I hope this will bring some light, but what's going to come out of this? Government official watch it tonight. I hope we can show again tomorrow for people to listen. I sure our radio audience read one of the listings, but the station was going off. But I don't think anything will come out of this unless we have some outside advocacy group that really advocates for the Liberian people. I think that's the only way things going to happen.
Incidentally, Doc, I think when the Sirleaf government took on Firestone on this matter here, I think the president's security advisor was the Minister of Labor at the time, Samuel Kofi Woods.
Yeah.
So he has some experience with this thing. They know, what to do. And I don't think it's because they don't know what to do. So we have to make them do what needs to be done. But Sefa, welcome on set, my brother.
Kofi Woods is no more that kind of advocate that we have.
Gentlemen.
He's in a different level right now. He's at a different level. Sefa, you see, man. So.
Yeah, hey, gentlemen, how's it going? Yeah, I was following the show. I mean, it breaks my heart as a Kipmantinian. It breaks my heart.
You're from Kamara.
This thing is too close to home. No one knows why he came out of the dock and came out early.
It breaks my heart. I know that era pretty well. And for the kind of money that is coming out of that place, and you see the living condition of the people, I mean, it's already despicable. And I think years in years out, for the last 20 years, I think Kipma has had one of the weakest set of lawmakers ever in the history. I hope one of these days I talk to Tomalin and they can get one of the lawmakers out of the Senate or representative to come on this show.
Is Maurice Settlement still in? Is he from Bomi or Kidman?
No, he was from Bomi.
Settlement is from Bomi.
Well, Bomi. Okay. Yeah, we had the latest Senator Dago said.
You had Taylor.
We have we have Senator Vani Sherman there. He was Senator Kidman and chairman of the ruling party, and you can see.
Right.
And then we have Simeon Taylor. Now we got Daba Vabla from the ruling party, and then we got two other representatives there. So I mean, it's just that they're just a weak body, because if they stand up for the people, these things won't be happening. And if you notice that not even this government, the previous government, they always calling these concession heads to the Senate, the House for hearing. But now one day, have you guys seen anybody from B Mountain for hearing before?
No.
So more than that, Sefa, whatever comes of this hearing, what do we ever hear after the hearing?
Yeah, I mean, it's first thing that they come
conducted. What do we get?
The fact that these people are just like invisible hands taking gold out of Liberia. We don't even know what they look like. You guys will be surprised. The B Mountain expatriate, they fly into Sierra Leone, and the bus picks them up from Sierra Leone and drive them to Kipma.
That's true. I believe it. That's true.
Yeah, that's how bad it is. How bad it is. I mean, and the guy that owned B Mountain, he also the guy that owned the mine in Bon County, Cocoyai. He owned the 2 largest gold mines in Liberia. Well, one person.
The same mine that was involved in the recent spill.
Well, the mine, this one is the B Mountain in Cape Mount, and the same company owned the other gold mine in Cocoyai, Bon County.
Cocoyai.
Mm-hmm. And this guy was given 25 years, 3 weeks before the election in 2023.
Right. Well, he still had, I think he still have 5 years left on the contract, I think.
He still have 5 years left, and they pushed the guy 25 years. So it wasn't that 25 years agreement. Nobody knows.
Yeah. That is, well, again, it goes back to what everybody been saying: governance. And
when people say that you can't bring them back on the table for renegotiation, I don't agree with that.
I don't agree with that too. I do agree with
that.
I do
agree with that.
Listen, when the contract, any contract, if it is so badly written against the people, it is not a contract. It can be null and void.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The contract, it is so skewed that any reasonable person can look at that and say, what you are doing here, how can you come in my hometown, take the mineral resources, write the contract in a form that it is 95% for you, 5% for me. No reasonable court will allow this to stand to say this is how contract is written.
Yeah. And I'm gonna go on a stretch here, Jerome. I know you're in flight or in thought, but I see you send this written here. This mine is friends with the president of Turkey. Now we can understand why Turkey Airlines wants to come to Liberia. They don't need passengers. They just want to come and airlift the
get it go
and carry it go.
Direct flight for the go.
They don't need one person on the plane. I'm telling you, man.
After the show, call me privately and I will share something with you. I think I shared it briefly with Nagbe. Maybe he forgot, but
no, I didn't. I did not forget at all. It's still paining me. I didn't forget.
Okay, because it's classified, I will say it to you in private. Same thing with Honorable Peabody and Tomalin George. You need to call me so I can talk to you about information that is legit. If you hear this, you will cry.
Yeah.
Because I was on a mission. How many guys? Now
you're muted.
Wow.
Yeah. But he did tell me what's happening, and I'll leave it with him. But it is very painful and it is sad, Dr. Peabody and Siafa.
Wow.
What he told me. Yes. You know what these guys are taking out of the country.
One minute, please. Your name and where you calling from?
But if you got people.
Sefa, 1 minute. Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Quick contribution. I know I shared that post a few weeks ago, and Professor Kennedy made a comment on it. Beyond the post I shared, I've made a lot of phone calls to Liberia, and I've made some inquiry about the report on B Mountain pollution in that region. But all of my investigations so far, I kind of got discouraged. That's why I take no interest following this case any further. You see, look at the Western cluster. This government, see the role. They were using trucks to bring iron ore to the port. How many times have this government said they were putting ban on using truck to carry iron ore to Freeport? 2 times, and every time they did, they lifted the ban. If you remember, the current transport minister appeared on one of the shows, either Spoon or the closing argument, and said, if you shut down the Western cluster operation, even for 1 week, so many senators and representatives will be losing, because most of the trucks the communists are using are trucks that belong to legislators. So the using of the road to transport will continue. Now, look at the history of our country. Firestone. I was at the Ministry of Labor when the Firestone Agreement came on revision. I was one of the technicians that went on the field to do investigation in Firestone. I remember there were instances where I went to Firestone in the night to meet workers. I remember going to a camp that was called Soweto. I don't know those of you from Firestone, whether you heard about Camp Soweto in Firestone. It was a very dangerous camp. In fact, there were to Ellen Johnson Selly to visit the camp and see and then follow her. So this country, our country, and our leaders have a history. Liberia is a crying state of imperialist forces in the Western world. Liberia is one of the crying states in Africa. So I don't expect anything from this country's leadership, whether it is Bouakai or whether it's Myean or Ellen Johnson Selly. Liberia remains a crying state. We need a revolutionary to take over the country. That's the only way, like Burkina Faso is doing. If you don't process the rubber into something in Liberia, I mean, if you don't even have something that adds value to the core, that will make a company to establish a factory. Because when you establish a factory, it comes with other requirements that will help to minimize the pollution, to have mitigation and management plan for the pollution, right? But as it is, no application, and the guys take small money. So we can sit on the talk show and talk forever, wasting our time. For me, based on all that I gather, I just got discouraged. The Turkish will pollute Kokoya, they will pollute Kehleboe, and probably, who knows, it might be in Roger soon. Because Roger has one of the largest, got a very good gold deposit. There is a time, in fact, everyone said that they just discovered that even the children that just shoot the sand and go wash it, they found gold. They call it, I think, Bokoni Town. It's near Nimba. It's a town that they just discovered. It was in I think the investigator or Verita News online. So Liberia is rich, but it's rich for the foreigners to benefit, not the Liberians. I rest.
Yeah, so Diggs, you were in flight.
Yeah, okay. So I mean, just to add to what our brother Kehleboe just said, you got a country with little over 5 million people, 43,000 square miles, reaching mineral resources, and we still going around begging because everything we have, we give it away for peanuts. We pretty much give everything away for peanuts. Like I said in the post when I was following the show, we cannot see these concession agreement for a reason. What is Liberia percentage share in these concession agreement? We never see them, and they pass it and they obligate the country for 25 years. We can never see them. And I will continue to say this. We can never see them. We can never have no public hearing. We see the Minister of Finance, we see the entire government of Liberia just rubbing their fingers, waiting for MCC money. Guess what? The MCC team was in Liberia, met the government official, and she was on OK FM. And what did she say next? She said, we are going to go meet civil society. The guy said, why? She said, they are stakeholders. But in our own country, our own concession agreement, our civil society, the citizens are not even part of the process. Just people sit in the room and this thing get passed, and then we live with it. We don't know what's in it. And then we go out and beg. I mean, these people are taking billions of dollars. You got the gold mine, you got ArcelorMittal, you got Bao Chico, you got Western Cluster, you got China Union. I mean, Jerome, that's about 5 different mining operations in the country.
Yep.
And we are still struggling to pay for, and we got to beg for money to pay for our roads. We got to beg for money to fix our schools. Why? So is there a reason why we can bring these dues back on the table and see what we rather get in the real value? We're not going to cancel it, but hey, if you want to play ball with us, the people you work with before were not in the best interest of the state.
Well, Shafai, not to cut you off, maybe 8 or 9 months ago, the Liberia investigator did a report on Senator Sir Joseph. The buses that he brought to Liberia under the pretext of giving the buses to the Liberians to reduce the transportation headache, wind up all been under contract in Nimba, at Salamanca. All 20 buses that he brought to Liberia, they are under contract at Salamanca. I think he said, I think it was like what, $250, $300 per bus per day. Wow. This is what Sir Joseph is making. The gentleman spent a week in Nima following the buses one at a time, where they were picking up, where they were dropping off. They follow all the buses. This is why we are where we are. The lawmaker, the senior senator from Monserrato County, that's supposed to be the senator for the people, the advocate of the poor, brought buses in the name of the people. And the buses all disappeared from Monrovia, only to wind up in Nimba. These are the folks we are talking about. So how then do you expect the Senate to investigate metal steel? Not only did they didn't investigate that, they rewarded them by giving them an extra 25 years. A reward for abusing our people. People are still sleeping in containers in Nimba. I think Cindy here had several shows on that a year or two ago. The plight of the folks sleeping in containers after years. And then you find the senators, the representatives, they are all clientele to Metal. If that is not the greatest conflict of interest, I don't know what is. Bede Mountain in Cape Mount, they are under the full protection of the Liberian National Police. Instead of the National Police protecting the Liberian people against foreign invaders, the National Police and the security apparatuses of Liberia are protecting the foreigners against the Liberian people. This is your Liberia. This is the country that you have. This is a place called a country. I was in Liberia for a month. Behind the scene, when this is over, CFR called me and let me tell you what's going on in your county. If you don't puke, because I was on the mission I won't tell you what the mission was in public, but I will tell you behind closed doors, so you can have a grasp, the gravity of what's going on in Cape Mount. If this is not, I won't even call it incompetence. I won't even call it neglect, because it's worse than that. It is terrible. When I came from one of those missions, I called Victor and I said, you got to listen to what's going on. Even he could not believe. But that's what it is, and it is factual. I have talked to some of the political leaders. I said before I do my report in public, I wanted for us to debrief. Some knows exactly what the problem is. They decided not to even call me back because they knew what time it is. You are concentrating and you are worried about the Epstein file. Liberia has her own file. And we had names of people from the president down to our own representatives. Their names are in these files. Liberians are inundated, they are concentrated, they are all into this Epstein file. Liberia has a file.
Mr. Gayman, let me ask you, Mr. Nagbe. So people are asking me, what do we do with the issue now? We're talking about it, but
yeah,
now
but
we can't depend on our. I was just told on other phone, I was just told that the very plane that can be carrying burgers flying over the country, be money and pay for that plane. They want to provide a plane. Number two, the Turkish airline, they coming operating abroad. We shouldn't be happy about it. They coming to take our team down direct now. Most of our stuff.
No, but I mean, you're not doing us a favor.
Yeah, so we shouldn't be happy. Oh, come and get Turkish airline. No, and I'm told that most of the time they say the president fly out of the country, the plane are coming there. Be money paying for it. They're paying for it. And mind you, you would never get the caucus from came out of Kamara in the show because they want people to expose them. So we need to find some league up international leader, some lawyer from some place to put a court because I don't know well. I don't got the Garguah projects. The men are on the show just now. They play their part. They'll provide the evidence, provide the findings. They got data to show evidence there. There's a video, yes, I'm gonna. Myean play that video, I beg you. Watch it.
But I remember when they had that cyanide spill and the EPA said they did an investigation, everything was fine, right? They said everything was fine, but now they seen that Myean were giving the people water every day. They were getting. I say everything fine. You know why the people can go by to drinking the normal water?
Yeah.
Because that incident didn't just poured in the water and killed the habitat. The fish will die all in the water there.
But Siafa, do you know whether that problem has been resolved? That situation has been resolved? The people got no choice. So they're probably still drinking some of those water and stuff like that. And they could be dying. This could be dying from things that we don't, and they say, oh, yeah, our people are dying. But what are they dying from? The fish in the water, the different water thing you got there. Those things have not been resolved. It has not been resolved. It just come up and it step in for a while and then it goes away. And then that's it. And the poor people continue to suffer and die because you know what? We got a very weak leadership. EPA is compromised. EPA compromised.
I sent Tomalin a video. Probably, the population, when they hear about gold mine, they think they just, some people somewhere with water pump and shovel, and they're excavating the earth. But if you see that video, that's a first class gold mine. Hey, Tomalin, I seen that video. Will you play that video? First class gold mine. That they even have a shaft that take you underneath the earth to get the gold.
Yeah. But Peabody has all those machines, right?
Yes.
They have other machines.
Yep.
So can you imagine? And then you got Turkey Airways coming. They're giving Turkey Airways the airport soon.
And then that's the issue when you're talking about. People say they want to decongest the city. Look, I'm in favor of people. If the land is not yours, if you go on there, one day the owner will come for it. And when the owner comes for it, you better be ready to go. You know what I mean? But then it's so funny that all these companies that we have in Liberia, all these new construction companies, all the offices are in Monrovia. You know what I mean? All the offices are in Monrovia. The B Mountain doesn't, the administrative office is in Monrovia, not even in Bond County or in Cape Mark County, it's in Monrovia. So nothing is leaving the city.
No.
So if you work on decongestion, you tell them, look, I'm going to give you the concession agreement. You got to maintain this percentage of your workforce in the area, operational and administrative. Then that will cause them to build infrastructure there for people to go there and go work. But beside the mine, can you imagine you count money and you have ERU escort you to go to the mine to go pay people? Yeah.
That's sad though, and the thing here, Siafa, is the very money that you should even go to the people in the county, government will take that money and say they put it towards salary and other things, So even the county development fund is poorly managed. They don't even get the money that they should get to.
I want you to look at this title.
I got it. Yeah, I see it.
Okay. This is an article that says a lot. And that's from the Liberia Investigator. These photos we will share with you. It says here, gold is one of Liberia's most valuable natural resources, yet much of it may be slipping quietly out of the country, untaxed, undocumented. New finding by Swiss Aid, a Switzerland-based NGO that provides data on Africa's mineral exports, suggests that gold smuggling from Liberia has reached an alarming level, potentially leading to billions of US dollar loss for Liberia and the Liberian people each year. The report published last May is a part of a larger research project on Africa gold flows. The information is provided was collected from state agencies, company report, publication, several and multilateral organization, researchers, and open access databases. It was prepared using cross-analysis of data from Liberia. This explainer breaks down the report into 5 key things that understands about how Liberia's gold is smuggled. It explains where it goes and why weak data, tax gap, and informal mining continue to fuel the illicit trade. So here are 5 things to know about gold smuggling out of Liberia. Number 1, Liberia could be losing up to 1.4 billion in gold smuggling annually. It could be losing 1.4 billion gold smuggling annually, according to Daylight, based on the current prices of gold on the world market. And they go on to say, Liberia's smuggled gold come mainly from the artisanal and small mining sector, in addition to the major ones. A largely informal sector that honor values and honor reported values and the volume of gold exported out of the country. Out of Liberia, industrial goods are shipped through official border records. However, a majority of the country's rich yellow minerals produced in artisanal sector is smuggled through neighboring countries with no official data reflecting the actual values of gold extracted from the nation. And it goes on to say who are those that are fronting. That is, major players in Liberia, instead of coming together as a conglomerate to pay taxes and do other things, they hire the CFIs of the world, the Jerome Gaymans of the world, as artisanal miners. And they are digging all over the place. So a huge section of our mineral resources are being smuggled out of the country. And then even the major concession, they are taking gold by the tons and under-reporting. The Liberia does not have the data system. Liberia does not have the mechanism to track. So, for instance, if B.A. Martin tells you that we're taking 10 tons of gold out of the country this year, Liberia has no means of verifying whether it is actual 10 tons of gold. So, the power that be gets their hand greased and they turn their faces on the other side, and the looting continues on an industrial level. So, CFI, for those of you who were born with a gold spoon in your mouth, but you're eating gari, something is wrong in this picture, my brother. Something intrinsically is wrong with us. That our president came to the United States and said, we are asking the United States, we have only one request, for you to come and tell us what mineral resources we have. You come and map it for us. Tell us where they are and how much they are worth. Do we have Liberian geologists? All the educated people we claim we have, don't we have Liberians educated enough to do our survey, to put some valuation on some of these things. So why will we come to the White House and ask for a foreign national, people whose interest it is to make profit, to extract, to ask them to come and tell you what you have and what it is worth? You think, Dr. Peabody, if I come to you, I say, please tell me how much my glasses is worth, and you like my glasses, how much you think tell me the worth?
I would devalue it. I would,
yeah,
I would.
You set it on banjo. You say, listen, that thing worth nothing. In fact,
right.
Listen, you need to get you a better glass. Hear me. Let me get you another one.
Yeah.
I give you that Chinese one that worth about 50 cents, and take your glasses that worth about $1,000.
Right.
So this is where we are. We boast to be a nation. We boast to be educated. When folks are coming, they got all the degrees lined up from Harvard, from Columbia, from University of this, University of that. There is no corresponding impact. What is your degree worth other than the job that you have and the pay you are getting? What is your legacy? What impact have you made on the lives of the folk other than you got 10 degrees lined up on your wall?
You can make one impact.
Not one. Some of them have never even worked in a real life anywhere else other than government. If you took the government away from most of these folks, they will die.
They're done. They're completely done. Almost half of them.
No, half. You are very generous. Joseph Boakai himself have never worked anywhere.
Yep.
Someone has to tell me where Joseph Boakai have come to London or the United States and have worked, done a real job.
But if you tell him, oh, he's the one that he represents the poor people, he represents the indigenous people. He came from a humble. There's a man that works in government and held prestigious jobs. So tell me, what humble beginning he has come from? He been in government for over 40 years and has some prestigious job.
40 years. If you look at Joseph Boakai's resume in 1966, he became a cadet in the government. He was a cadet. From a cadet, University of Liberia, when he graduated, he joined government proper. And he has been there since. The Councilor Bronsky just mentioned it in our intro. Do not be fooled. Joseph Boakai should not be portrayed as a poor man. He is not poor. He is not a you or me. As a vice president, he says his annual budget is more than the University of Lofa. But yet he will come here and say he was poor, he lived on loan. Yes, let me welcome Honorable Seaton. Honorable Seaton, you got to sit up a little bit. Look how you're scared. Yeah,
that is what? Hell of a bowl of pump butter.
No, I'm laying back. I'm not in my office. That's why you see I have a different background.
And you got a beautiful background. He leaned back. I don't hear the children crying, so that's a good background you got there. But Honorable Seaton, welcome to the show. I know what you just heard have to be irritating you like it irritates everybody else. That you and I have to put money from our pocket, almost $1 billion in remittances, and send it to Liberia, out of the meager money that you are making from your teaching position. And yet, we got that much money on the ground, and we are greasing each other's palm at the expense of the Liberian people. The man said, the reporter said it. He said while they were in Liberia, they were being followed in dark cars, following them everywhere they went. Somebody, the security apparatus of Liberia, either for Liberia, from the government, or from B Mountain, follow them everywhere they went, shadow them. Your take on the issue?
Well, thank you very much. This topic is a very important and interesting topic because, and the reason I'm saying this is that during my time as a reporter in Liberia, during the administration of Charles Taylor. There was a group that went to Liberia by the name of Greater Diamond. Greater Diamond went to Liberia with the hope of extracting diamond in Liberia. They had a Ponzi scheme in America here that they used and took people money. They said they were investing, and Liberia was sitting on a part of diamond. We thought to cover that story, and the senator from Riverside County, Senator Wellington Gibbon Smith, is a living witness. Those guys almost killed us. Gibbon Smith was then working for Star Radio, and I was working for the Inquirer newspaper. We went to interview those guys. Those guys were brandishing knives, and those guys were South African. But then let's come back to the B Mountain situation. The company is there, extracting our gold, polluting our waters, contaminating our soil, and nothing is being done by our quote-unquote government to address the situation. And that report is only on B Mountain. What's about all of the illicit minings that are going on in Wieswa, Sino County, where people are extracting our natural resources to the detriment of the average Liberian? That should be telling that we have a country that is so wealthy, and yet say our people are poor. Or it's because we have not had a government that is in the interest of the Liberian people. We have not had that government. Look at that report. That report is, and then the sad part about it, the EPA responded to some of the accusations, claiming that the whole thing started under the George Weah administration. Yes, let's assume it started under George Weah. You were elected. This government was elected to mitigate all of the shortcomings of the George Weah administration. What are they doing? Absolutely nothing. They are in the pockets of B Mountain. They are in the pockets of B Mountain. So they're talking about they find a company. But these people, the village, you remove a whole village from where they are and relocated them. And guess what, Mr. Gayman? The same water that they took the people from, that the same water the people living in. They have, what is a relocation? Meanwhile, their water is contaminated, their soil is contaminated, they can't afford to feed themselves, and you are extracting all of the natural resources from that region, and you are making billions and millions of dollars at the detriment of the poor people. It's sickening. It is sickening, and we always say this. That is the reason why this country, Liberia, needs a new political dispensation that will hold people accountable. These companies go to Liberia, they extract our resources, they are not held accountable. They desecrate our land, they exploit everything in our country, and we don't hold them accountable. As a result, this is the same situation that happened when Totman was president. Look at bombing hole, look at Lamco, look at bomb mines, look at Mano River. All of these places are called. All of the inhabitants of the places are still living in abject poverty. But the mining company extracted millions and millions of dollars worth of resources from those areas. And we thought that today we would have learned a lesson, and then we would have mitigated some of the mistakes that the country made in the past, and we are still repeating those same mistakes. It's sad. It is sad. It is sad. I don't know when it's going to ever get better.
Well, Honorable Nagbe, the Southeast, your hometown, is the next designated area of interest. You are in the crosshair. What are you doing? What is the young folks from that area doing to gear up for the onslaught It's just a matter of time.
Yeah, I mean, today we're discussing B Martin, but some of this environmental damage is occurring around the country in the southeast as well. I will have to admit, I think the level at which it is occurring on a B Martin is much, I think much bigger. But I think on this very show, I had indicated how much the people were complaining about the mining being done by people like Finabono. She has a very large mining interest in the River G area. You know, River G borders Barobo, that part of Maryland County. And you know, she is in there along with other people. There is our people there. You know, we don't have pipe-borne water over there yet. Most of those people use use the river. You know, there's one big
Excuse me.
river.
You say what? What kind of water?
Yeah, no pipe-borne water yet. So
I'm in Tinga Village. I ain't got pipe water. That River G will get pipe water.
But I thought you have. I thought the guy Mo Ali. He's the best water engineer in the country, and he was going to provide water to you guys in Monrovia.
But they already repair all the pipes. They're going around.
They're going all over the place.
This, they did that.
They did that. And then when people criticize the president for misleading the Liberian people, saying that he created 700,000 small and medium-term jobs, he was quick to run on air to provide data from the CDC government.
Which he end up leaving on the printer. I understand later.
Yeah, he said he left it on the printer. Really? You want to argue your case, then you leave your dog. You know, it reminds me of somebody who claimed that they graduated from school, from university. They posted, okay, we agree you graduated from university. Show us your credentials. You can't show credentials.
That's right. But he show up for the graduation, though.
You know, when we were in the grade school, to high school, and even college, most of our schoolmates who came from places like, you know, the west, you know, the region, west, you know, Ghana, Nigeria, Sierra Leone. Later on, before this dawn, most of the professors, you know, the teachers, their professors were dead. You know, they would come in with all these degrees, and you know, and they would say, you know, I was taught by the late doctor professors. You know,
they lit
yeah, exactly. So when the professor is dead, you know, it's difficult to verify. But coming back to the story, this is happening around the country. I know it is happening in the southeast as well. You know, we're trying to deal with the Burkinabes. You know, they causing some issues of concern in the region. They're in those parts where there is practically no government presence. Look, I'm telling you, at one point in time, the whole of Merida County, Jackson here might be aware of that. I think we had not more than 4 police officers for a whole county. You know, and so the challenge is, you know, how do you maintain the boundaries? How do you maintain security? And so these people are swooping in there. The Chinese are joining in. The Ghanaians were there. They come in and they take our people for a ride. You know, not too sophisticated. They change the money to Liberian dollars. You know, 300,000 Liberian out of 500,000 Liberian. That's a lot of money for most of our people back there. You know, and they give them rights to these plots. And there is a lot of mining that's going on in the southeast. We're having so much trouble getting the children to stay in school. I mean, we spend so much time renovating and getting the schools back up, you know, and the buildings are there. Most of the kids would rather go to the gold mine and go and dig than to go to school. But the bottom line is they're taking advantage of our people. And the sad part is our people are aligning with them because they feel these people are providing instant gratification for them. It is difficult for them to understand the long-term damage that is going to happen to this place when these people should have left, which we've seen in places that bombing hills, bombing holes and stuff like that. And so again, it comes to the question of government's capacity to police the area, to make sure the right things are done. You can come in and structure an agreement and you can mine responsibly and improve the area, but we don't see that happening. They come in, like I said, they dangle a few dollars in front of these people and they go to work and they dig out whatever they can. Most of them, they go out through the Ivory Coast, that side is closer to, Taboo and, the Cote d'Ivoire. And, so now we're talking big marketing, on a bigger scale, but it is happening all around in the country. And I'll be honest, some of this predates this current government, but notwithstanding they are now the government, of the day. They need to rise up to the occasion. A lot of our people are being taken for a ride. This big marketing something, this current government is aware of it. The protest started right off the bat when it came in. I think it started right after the AFL women's, protest around that time. Some people got killed. We were told. The president, he said, then went there. I think it was Siafa or Tomalin who were talking about these trucks. They were supposed to use the rail to transport these things, but they're using the road, and this is dangerous. These trucks, look, you know how big this is. You just need one major accident, and a whole village could be cleared out. But notwithstanding, I understand they move at night. They ride through these and they're damaging the road. So much risk to the inhabitants, but they do it and they get away with it anyway. Why? Because the responsible authorities, they get a little brown envelope and they look the other way. So, again, somebody asked, what do we do next? I think we need to really brainstorm quickly and see what we can do. I'm sure there are some people who are also listening to us who have experience at this, but somehow I'm hoping that this is not just going to end with a discussion. I just hope some way, somehow, we can begin to crystallize it into something.
But Honorable Nagbe, I just ask you, I know you pivot either on purpose, but the reason that we have these county organizations is to pinpoint, to crystallize, like you said, to come from the general population to be more nuanced. You have the Barobo organization. They are specific to that particular area. Yes. What are they doing to protect the interests of their children, of their ancestors? What is it that you are doing on a macro level to protect that particular part of the country?
So coincidentally, just this weekend, we had one of those, we call them an international conference, where we get on the line with them. There are some of them resident in Monrovia, throughout the country. Some in Monrovia, some in Tepamas, Hapa, some in Kehleboe, Calocan, even in Zwedru. We get on the conference and we talk about, matters affecting the district, how we can help. But the thing that has been arising is that the elders, some of them, not all of them, but they're becoming defiant, disobedient to the local authority because of what I said. The miners go directly to the regency. For instance, if I live in, how should I put it? Live in Jersey. The miners come into Jersey here and engage the governor here. And then they go into other parts of Jersey and they find that these parts are more lucrative. They carve out that section, and the people in that area will tell the governor of Jersey, leave us alone. This is for us because it was found in our area. And so the governor is powerless, and now they can't go to the local government. But this is what we are experiencing. Some sections of the places where they have found these minerals, those people resident in those areas are claiming that this is their They don't need to share with the entire district. And the local government people are wringing their arms. They're powerless. They can't do anything about these people. And so these conferences we're having, they are to try to reason together and begin to find a way to, the representative usually attend this meeting. Austin Taylor, he didn't attend this one. But, trying to create awareness and let them understand there is better when we are together. We can strike out better agreement. We're not trying to tell them to drive the people away, but we can strike out an agreement that will make these people mine responsibly, so that when their mining contracts are over, they don't leave the area damaged, where they cannot even farm anymore like they used to do. These are the kind of things we're doing right now. But we think the local government could do more, but it's difficult. We brought this up with the superintendent. He addressed, not the superintendent, the representative. He told us, he said, look, there are some powerful people involved in these things, so it's a little difficult to do it from a local level. Almost everything must come from Monrovia. But, that's the short side of, I guess that's the long side of what could have been short side.
Okay, let me go to CFA. CFA, I was in, when I went to New Jersey, a friend of mine by the name of Ralph Gayman. Ralph, now I think Gaba, I think his name is now. Ralph invited me to join the Cape Mount Association because I grew up in Minor River. Me and Edwin Snow and all these guys, we grew up there. So I'm asking you the same question. What is Kematinians? What is the organization doing? Because when we go to court, one of the things that the lawyer usually asks in the Bassa case, what is your interest? Do you have a vested interest? Is there a direct harm to you? And we answer those questions in the affirmative because like was in Bassa, like was polluting the water, like was doing all, in fact, taking the land from the folks and displacing it. So we had a vested interest. You from Cape Mount, you have a vested interest. What is it the Kematinians are doing? So you are outside of the county and the country. You have more power, you see more, you hear more, you collect more data. What is it that you guys are doing to protect your
Well, is CFA part of the association in the first place?
Well, but 10 years ago, I attended a couple of meetings and then I stopped going to the meeting because for me, pretty much, I envision these organizations to be an advocacy organization to make sure the interests of the people are met. But these organizations over the years, they are so consumer, having convention, inviting politicians to speak and take pictures. And these are the same politicians that go and vote for these bad deals. Vote for these bad deals. If these diaspora organizations were strong in their advocacy, so many things won't happen. We'll not be having a 25-year concession being passed under the cover of darkness. And everybody just sit there, and then the following year you have a national convention and you invite senator representative and come and put a gown on there and let them give speech. Jerome, so that's why I told a friend of mine, like, see why you don't come to the meeting, you don't get on the call. I say until we can get into real advocacy for the interests of the people. I don't want to talk to a senator or representative. I want to see your actions. Based on your action, I can come and sit and talk with you because you have the power to raise the awareness. Until we can get into advocacy, I don't have the time to just sit down and rub shoulder with politicians that go there and vote and vote not in the interest of the people.
Mr. Gayman, let me just say something.
Yeah, go ahead, Doc.
What you just said, most of the Liberians organizations are not even up to the par. It did not encode around here. If we can get it here together, you can get it together. How can you have the people in Liberia get it together? Most of the Liberian organizations that I have just visited the programs and things like that, the next thing you hear, they are in court. I heard about the Grand Judy County. Half of them go to court. They sue each other almost every year. And the judge decide. I know a lot Liberian organization. Trenton. In Trenton, I think the state got pending lawsuit in some of the Liberian organization in Trenton. Somebody sue another party passed. We had a person that sued there. So how can you change? Got to start from yourself. If you can't change yourself, why you want to go change somebody else? That's a waste of time, and that's a problem we have with Liberia organization. Mr. Gayman know about it. There are a lot of Liberia organizations. They got litigation.
I remember they had three ULAs, right? The ULA that's going to be the umbrella organization. They sue each other so much. I remember my uncle Tom Woyo sues one guy named Matthew Kai in Rhode Island. So Tom Woyo had one old constitution in his back pocket every time he went to court. He provided the constitution and tell the judge, my evidence and my power derived from this constitution. Yep. Matthew Carr would pull on his and say, as revised in 1978, my power derived from it. And the judge is going to say, listen, why don't you guys reconcile the book constitution
and come back here?
That will help everybody. They all leave that courthouse and go home, and they are all separate presidents. They keep in there separate, they left separate. And this is the umbrella organization that's supposed to govern. Victor is here. He's
but
now
the light election they were busting through. They were busting through. They had guests from other places and they were fighting.
Honorable Tomalin George, I want to know.
But Mr. Gayman, you know, this show today touched a lot of things happening to the show today because I've been giving information, I guess, updated information, right? Mm-hmm. I was just informed that B Mountain, they got an airstrip, their own airstrip in
that place. I told you to call me. Let me update
They plane comes. They bring in their plumbers, their drivers. They bring in all their staff. They bring them there, and they operate just from there. And that's why the Minister of Labor needs to go and talk real work. Who really doing the job? Who really have work permits? Who should have?
Hey, Tomalin. So Tomalin, the first thing we can do is to invoke the Freedom of Information Act. Let's see the concession agreement that this company has.
Yeah,
so I'm coming. So you get a concession agreement. Jerome will tell you he was in Buchanan. Lamco had a concession agreement with the government of Liberia, and there was a liberalization policy within that concession agreement. Based on that had a Wallenberg Training Center and the VDC in Yekepa. And those training centers were able to train technicians. So over a certain number of time, you didn't need an expert to be a foreman in the machine shop or to do fabrication. So let's see that it will see that concession agreement and compare with the labor workforce with the kind of skill set they got expert doing. And they've been in the country for more than 10 years. There's no reason why you should have an expert driving an excavator.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, you should have Liberians. Well, Lamco and Boma used to send the heavy-duty mechanic to Detroit Diesel and Cummins overseas for training because these were the engines that were in those equipment.
In fact, I was also informed
so that's what we need.
The plane that can be flying bugger all over Liberia. So look at the plane tail. The tail for that plane belongs to the parent company of this B Mountain. They're from Turkey. Okay. Even his son, Jojo, that the plane. Look, these guys are using the Liberian people. But again, because most of our journalists then maybe either they I don't know whether they're lazy, but they're not aggressive, but again too it costs resources to do it. Now, if people really what people are saying tonight, if we're really serious and get on B Mountain back, trust me, they said they're going to start your official government are all going to be worried because they will start talking. So like the chef said, we get a lawyer tomorrow, ask the lawyer, say, how we please want to file for Freedom of Information Act record to find out, we want to see the agreement that B Mountain signed with the Liberian government. Okay, want to see it. They have under the law, they're supposed to give it to us. Because people are getting information to us now about B Mountain. They have what they did, they got people, they brought people in the country, right? So they get in their whole mess to cook their own food. They got the people are living, the people operating over there like their own government over there.
Of course.
And this is the reason why
weekends your official government and they go there. They go to B Mountain, so they can see the people there. They go there, they get them to the mess hall, and treat them just like that.
And you know, and to be honest with you, what you are saying, our journalists then needs to be investigating all of these kind of stories and let the Liberian people know. But we should also understand that most of our reporters, most of the news, the media institution in Liberia, they are underfunded. They don't have the resources. They don't have the resources. I can tell you a simple story. There was a government official, okay, under President Taylor. I will not call his name. During the Civil War, he was in South Africa. The South African, he did something to the Liberian government. The South African government, the males in South Africa, they wrote a story against that official, and he sued the newspaper in South Africa, and he was supposed to go to court. But the time for him to go to court, he wrote a court saying he was not well. So what the South African, the Mails and Guardian did, they sent a reporter to Liberia to follow up to find out whether this guy he was actually ill. You understand? And because they have the resources, so they can do all of these investigations. But for us, we don't have the resources. And besides that, because of the under-resource of media institutions in Liberia, some of them can be easily bought. Those are some of the things. So it will be better. It will be better from our end here. We, get our lawyer, file a Freedom of Information Act to get. And to be honest with you, why should we file a Freedom of Information Act to get
a concession agreement?
Why?
Why?
It's supposed to be public document. It's not something that we're supposed to file Freedom of Information Act. And I don't understand why it said that when these people pass all of these laws in Liberia, it is not public document. People got to run. People got to fight hard to get some of these documents. It's not fair to the Liberian people. If you say you are representing the Liberian people and you pass law in the interest of the Liberian people, any Liberian should be able to go. For example, the National Legislature is supposed to have its own website. All of the laws that are passed are supposed to be posted there. All the lawmakers that voted for and voted against, the record's supposed to be there. So that anybody who wants to get, and the public is supposed to have access to all of this information. But in Liberia, it's not like that. And the reason is simple. High information from the people. That's what it's about.
Let me read this section here to you. They are talking about discrepancy in the Republic of Liberia. It says here discrepancy in statistics. So there are discrepancy between Liberian statistics and the Swiss statistics on imports of gold and mineral resources from Liberia. Liberia data on gold production and export released by the Central Bank of Liberia in its annual report is inconsistent with that reported by the Liberian chapter of the Extractor Industry Transparency Initiative, LERTI. This is surprising, for both entities referred to as the same source, namely the Ministry of Mines and Energy. Second, the Liberian authorities do not report trade data to the UN Comtrade, which provide export trade data globally. To resolve this issue, Swiss Aid had asked Liberia mining provider to provide export trade data globally. Authorities to provide export figures that grouped countries of destination, not only the gold that is being extracted, but where it is going. Liberia has no data system, either by choice to confuse the folks. How in the world will the central bank and the Ministry of Lands and Mines quote the same sources but different data?
Mr. Gayman, it's simple. Many of the minerals, many of our minerals that have been taken out of the country have been smuggled out of the country. Many of those are not reported to the National Bank. They are not reported to the Ministry of Lands, Mines, and Energy. Somebody goes to, for example, we saw they get a diamond. That diamond, the final diamond, that diamond is supposed to be reported through the Peabody process, but it is not done. And you know what they do? They bribe officials of government so that they can see for that they can smuggle that diamond out of the country without proper documentation. Then when they take it to Antwerp, they have to tell the folks in Antwerp where the diamond originated from. So when they tell the folks in Antwerp that the diamond originated from Liberia, for example, they record that. But they record that diamond is from Liberia, but Liberia does not have the recording that diamond came from Liberia. That's what the discrepancy is.
Honorable Nagbe, this is you and I were in Liberia. We went to the Department of Land Mines for investment purposes, and we spent weeks over there. And we couldn't get one sheet, one simple sheet of paper or information or anything, not even the mineral, but just the registration. We couldn't get it.
No. And it makes me wonder, whether all of this is not by design.
It is by design.
Yeah, I think it is by design. Like Jackson is saying, all of these things, they're intentionally, made difficult to reach. They're hitting, and you wonder why, the country is where it is. How many people want to drive or fly to Monrovia to go to the Investment Commission to get information? There are a lot of people who can sit in Australia and invest, in China. Should be able to do that. But yeah, even while we were in town, it was difficult. And now I'm going to say we were being circumvented. I think it was intentional. We met the Investment Commission beyond the mansion. He was telling us, you got to come to the commission. It's a big something. Then you go there and take the information you need, that will suit your purpose. And I was saying, what? In this, but that's how it is done. But look, I'm about to sign off, and I want to thank you guys. Great show tonight. But I think the question we're asking is, how do we move forward? Shafa is, saying, information, freedom of information. I agree with that. But I think first to find, put together a group. I think if we look hard, we might find some lawyers locally. But I think what this guy and his the Gecko project has started, I think they already have the initial blueprint as to how to do it. I think they're going to stay on this project. They'll continue to write about it. Gongloe, Kehleboe, I think he's aspirated, but it was happening. We were brought up against obstacles, but I think we'll continue to persevere. I'm happy you brought this up. So I think we should, if it means we'll continue the discussion in the chat room or somehow, even the people in the audience. But we need to identify, I think, a body of actual people, generally lawyers, even to file for the freedom of information. I think you need a legal representation to do that. But I think those of us who are willing, as those of us, some of us sitting here, I think we should really try and commit ourselves to this. Let's try to give this in legs and let us not drop here and just be, for the purpose of information, and then we'll move on to another story. This is a real human story. I think it's impacting a lot of people in the Kamara area. Who knows? These things have the habit of flowing downstream. Who knows what other areas are being affected by what these people are doing? So until we take a look, we may not know the magnitude, the impact. So that would be my suggestion. All of us here, we know people. I think we should start calling our lawyer friends and see, how many of them will be interested in this case. I almost think Councilor Gongloe might be interested in that. I'm tempted, Jerome, for us to, call a meeting with Musa. I know he's preparing a lawsuit. He has the capacity to go to court on these matters. He's preparing a lawsuit on the Asala Metal sign-on bonus. I think there's 10% of that money that should go to NIMBA because of the location of the, the company. So $20 million, I think. He's getting ready to go to court for that. So I think this is what it would take. So on some of these matters, you got to sue these people. You got to go to court with them, and the courts will compel them to act. So that would be my, my suggestion on that. But thank you all very much tonight. This is probably one of the best nights. I know we always, do our best, but I got to say it tonight. I'm really very proud of this network again. Not that I'm not always, but tonight a renewed pride.
There you go. Now you're talking like a diplomat.
Renewed pride, and this is a very important matter that I think we'll be able to lift tonight, and I just hope we'll continue with it until we can get some result out of it. So thank you very much. Jerome, I'll call you today. You didn't pick us, so when you get a chance, either tonight or tomorrow, let's talk. We need to talk.
Okay.
So, all right.
So, Mr. Nagbe, before you step up, will you step off?
Yes.
Okay. I understand, this sign-up bonus, the county getting this amount and all that thing. Hey, there's nothing wrong if you can advocate for your county. But don't you think we should move away from that idea to more of taking these proceeds from this concession agreement and putting it into a special budget fund that can only go to healthcare, education, infrastructure. So whenever this concession ends, the people can see road at the place, they can see hospital, they can see schools. You know what I mean? But sometimes when you go to this kind of development fund, at the end of the day, it just become a vanity project that is not sustaining. And that's one of the problems I have with it.
You're absolutely right, Silva. As a matter of fact, that was the CMC's position in the rebuttal to the President's State of the Union. We argued that
owe me then. You got to take my idea. You owe me some money though.
Is it your idea? We already. Okay, so we'll look into that. But
in the citation, we give you credit. So what else do you want?
Exactly. But the argument we're making was for each and cooperative, like you were saying, is one of the ideas that we put out there. I mean, I think the government is getting $13.6 million to agriculture. I think that's the amount they're giving to agriculture. So we're arguing, just like you're saying, the $200 million, make it cooperative and put it down somewhere. Let our farmers employ over 60% of the working population in Liberia, empower these people, put the money there, help them mechanize the way they farm, this back-breaking work they do. That's why we never have enough so far, because we never found big areas. We do it by hand. I used to farm myself. You won't believe it. I did that. I went on the farm. I know how to do that. I did that. Yeah, tell me I did.
So you have the rest, put the rest in the touch up in the kitchen.
And then when you're cooking, then the heat will make it dry.
Make it dry. Then you
beat it. Yeah.
Then you get 2.5 months or no harvest at the hard time.
Exactly.
Then you gotta go look for real rice.
We did all that. But that's the point. You're right. This is a one-time deal, right? It's not every year we'll get a sign-on bonus. That when it's reaching the budget went to 1.2 billion. It's not going to go there next year, right?
That's how we drop.
But those who want to be running for president, this is time for them to act. That's how you do. That time you get join us in this fight. Come join us. But don't want to wait for 2029, 28, then you start taking back, organizing. And on a serious note, how many of the 30 parties that are really active right now? How many of them active?
It's 42.
42 parties. How many of them active right now?
43 parties.
They will wait till 2028 and start.
At the end of the day, there will be only 3 to 5 active parties. When election time comes, Then you get another 35 will go register. That's the formula.
But wait now, Pewee not register a New Progressive Party yet?
No, not yet.
It's not a party. It's not a party. It's a movement.
They couldn't come up. They couldn't come up with the 10,000, so they just they renew a movement. That don't put it in a party.
The man went to Liberia. He kind of a friend. He went Zosa district. He kind of the whole district reached a number. So he just would leave as a movement.
No, that being in existence Ellington.
Yeah, I know that. I know that the late Patrick Sawyer was a near pro.
P.O. Sawyer. Yeah. Hey, yeah. Man, P.O.
Okay, guys. Mr. Dixon is saying we should reach out to Mr. Kehleboe Gongloe Moniba and ability to gently request the agreement on the AML and the B Mountain thing.
I think he has a point.
Mm-hmm.
So let's divide.
But
y'all reach out to Musa, or who reach out to Kehleboe, who reach out to Gongloe. You're divide.
Well, for me, I have a different approach to it. The problem in the country is that people always looking for an arrowhead. Sometimes the citizens need to take the initiative themselves. Go every looking for an arrowhead, then you stop taking on initiative. You're waiting for this person to say before you move. I mean, there's a common cause. If you believe in it, become part of it.
But the mining concession is a public document.
Yeah.
You're supposed to get it from the public office.
No, you mean it's supposed to be, you mean?
It's supposed to be.
It's supposed to be a public document.
There you go. Because we didn't even go for document. We went for registration form. Just registration form to register.
And you couldn't get it.
We couldn't get it. I'm not talking about it.
We couldn't get it.
But yes, gentlemen, we're gonna revisit this. We spoke to the gentleman. He agreed to come back. But before we go, I know by 8 o'clock I will be out of here. Yeah. Let's touch on the trending topic in Liberia real quick. Chief Justice basically clarified Prophet Key's summons, reaffirmed due process, free speech. Some people say
closing argument.
Yeah, some people say Judge basically should just remain quiet because he had opened more wound with his clarification. Their clarification should have answered questions, but it raises more questions than it answers. And I'm going to take it from here. The Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Liberia, Councilor Yomi Kwekwe Bese, has clarified that social media personality and self-styled prophet Justin Opa Yezen, popularly known as Prophet Key, has not been cited on a contempt of the court, stressing that the Supreme Court's action is rooted in constitutional due process and respect the freedom of expression, he said. Then he said, addressing growing public speculation, the Chief Justice explained that while the 1986 Constitution guarantees freedom of speech and expression, it also vests the Supreme Court with the final authority to interpret what the Constitution says and safeguard the administration of justice. In quotation, he said, the Constitution gives freedom of expression. The same Constitution gave the Supreme Court the authority to interpret the Constitution and guard the law. So whatever it says is final.
Yeah, but it also, but here's the other side. Prophet Key to reappear before the full bench of the Supreme Court on Thursday.
Yes, I'm coming to that. It is a background to the summons. According to Chief Justice, basically the court's decision followed what he described as sustained public attack against the Supreme Court, including personal insult directed at the office of the Chief Justice and members of his family. In recent times, there have been attacks on the Supreme Court, specifically on the Chief Justice and even his mother. The Supreme Court decided to cite him. He disclosed. Then he went on to say, basically emphasized that the citation should not be misconstrued as a findings of guilt or contempt ruling, noting that it is procedural step designed to allow respondent to be heard. Due process assured, the Chief Justice confirmed that Prophet Key will appear before the full bench of the Supreme Court with legal representative show cause why he should not be held in contempt. Prophet Key will be given due process in court. He will appear in court with his lawyer and gave the court sufficient reason why he should not be held in contempt in court. He added that if the court finds the explanations satisfactory, no punitive action would follow. But if he gives sufficient reason, he will walk away as though nothing has ever happened. The Chief Justice clarified that opening of the 9th Judicial Circuit Court in Lofa County, where he reaffirmed the judiciary commitment to upholding constitutional freedoms while protecting the dignity and independence of the court. He reminded Liberians that the Supreme Court has consistently defended freedom of expression, but will intervene when the court is threatened or the administration of justice undermines the public confidence of the judiciary. He said, recent personal attack against the court are deeply troubling and capable of exposing the judiciary to ridicule and disrepute. In an official citation issued through the office of the clerk on the 4th of February, Prophet Key was ordered to appear before the Supreme Court on Tuesday, which is today, at 3 p.m. The citation signed by Councilor Sam Momolu, clerk of the Supreme Court, cited Prophet Key's alleged continuous and sustained barrage of invective against the presence of the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Liberia, the Supreme Court, and other members of the branch and the bench, which the court said have exposed the court to public ridicule. The communication made clear that the proceeding is a show cause hearing, not a declaration of contempt, and is intended to allow the respondent to explain why sanctions should not apply. Chief Justice Witzel stressed that the Supreme Court is not hostile to criticism or dissent, including expression on social media, but draw a firm line between legitimate critique and abusive or insulting conduct. Gentlemen, this is what the Supreme Court is saying. He says, even though this Constitution gave the citizens the right to critique and do free speech, they can intervene and decide what is free speech.
Well, you know, with all due respect to the Chief Justice, I think this clarification has put the entire Supreme Court bench into public ridicule. His explanation alone. How can you say the Liberian Constitution guarantees freedom of the press and freedom of speech, but it is the Supreme Court that interprets the freedom of speech and the freedom of the press? I don't know if the Chief Justice feels that he is harmed by the utterances of Prophet Keith, which I personally do not condone. I don't watch him. I don't follow him. I believe that he's a moron. And you understand? I believe that he's a moron. He's a low-level, low-line individual who is an attention-seeking individual.
The people watching you.
Yeah. Yeah, let me watch. He's a low-line, attention-seeking individual who does not know how to express himself without insulting other people. So he's limited.
That is not the point here.
But the point here is, if the Chief Justice feels that Prophet Key action and utterances has brought harm to him, file a civil lawsuit against Prophet Key. Why call him to explain himself why he should not be held in contempt? You say you're calling him for a conference. The fact that you're inviting him, what does that signify? What does that signify? And I'm not a legal-minded person, but I think that this is a complete violation of the Liberian Constitution. If he is harmed by the utterances, if his character was demeaned, if his was demeaned and maligned he has to sue Prophet Key for what? Defamation. He has to sue Prophet Key. But to invite him to answer cause why I should not hold you in contempt, so you are the judge, you are the jury, you are everything at the same time. I think he just exposed the judicial branch to further public ridicule. I think that clarification. Hello.
Shafa Dix. This is the funny part. The Chief Justice he says Prophet Key will appear if he explain himself satisfactorily, he will go
There you go.
He will go free. But if he doesn't satisfy us,
then we'll keep him.
These guys.
So I mean, you the Chief Justice of the Republic of Liberia, the head of the highest court in the land. I mean, you got to get lashes from all over. I do not support Prophet Key. I do not support Prophet Key. And then so it's something with this Prophet Key guy. People in power have a way of putting this guy on the stage. You know, I didn't know about Prophet Key or their president we have mentioned.
Oh yeah,
there's a guy called Prophet Key.
And he promoted that guy.
Yeah, he said there's a guy called Prophet Key that was costing my mind the other day.
Yeah.
Everybody started looking on Facebook who Prophet Key is. Now, Prophet Key been singing his song by himself. The Chief Justice I kept putting up again. So everybody gonna see what Prophet Key saying or what Prophet Key have said. Come on. I mean, if the man says something on social media, for me, I look at it as more personal than even attacking the court. I think it's more personal than even attacking the court. Hey, you know, you the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court Republic of Liberia. I mean, the man won the social media platform and say all sort of stuff that I don't agree with. You know, it's unproven. So I mean, how does that translate to contempt of court? And that's the only country that will use the contempt word loosely. Come here and tell me why I shouldn't hold you in contempt. Come here and tell me why I shouldn't hold you in contempt. You know, I think it's something that is just in border on a stem that they can just put on the paper. Come here and tell me why I shouldn't hold you in contempt. So hey, that is Supreme Court. Prophet King went there today. He went up there. He said he doesn't have a lawyer. I think they gave him a public defender. He will go back on Thursday. And so that's why. So this whole week, that's why the Supreme Court will do the whole week. They will do the Prophet Key hearing.
Tomalin George.
Prophet Key said, he said in a quote, "My Lord, I don't have a lawyer.
That's right.
I want the court to provide me a lawyer based on a request. The friend of the court then upon the head of the public defense counsel to represent the legal interest of Prophet Key." So Prophet Key, when they were all lawyer, and he said he didn't get a lawyer, so they gave him public defender to represent him. I don't know what I gotta ask him. What are people, because when he had talked, he said you're going away a lawyer. So I want to find out from him what are people refusing to represent him. Because
no, he went to do with other lawyer. He went away with a wife.
So my question is, I mean, are people don't want to take the man case? Because when it comes to the law, I mean, I like you may be a different, but professionally, I would do my job, right? Because I do it. But many people I talk to, Prophet Key, I mean, I think the Chief Justice overstepping his authority. I think the part that he will hold Prophet Key on, he keeps saying that.
Point.
When I listen to the Prophet Key audio, Prophet Key's he played with the entire bench. He said that it was, I mean, the whole bench got mad to say the bench they brought him to public ridicule because Prophet Key he rarely gave it to them. Then he stopped there. But the thing that he said yesterday too, I got a problem. He said, which they want to know that reverse psychology. He said, sedition and what calling you to run away. Come on, no sedition call you, man. Prophet Key.
But Tomalin, this country we live in, people go on the radio, they got podcasts. They ridicule judges, they ridicule court.
Yeah.
But guess what? Okay, I might be wrong. The whole idea of contempt is that my behavior is hampering you from doing your work.
Yes.
So what does somebody saying hampering you from doing your work? I mean, so we just extend everything is elastic in the country. We stretch it until it cut.
What is the harm? As it caused the Chief Justice?
But
what is the harm?
Yeah, but listen to this.
Man cause a mind what?
And then guess what?
Sue the man for defamation. It's just
like I told you last night.
Sue the man for everything that he has in his life for defamation of character.
The legal profession in Liberia, I have very little confidence in it. That's one, very little confidence in it. Because I remember, I think it was during Madam Salif Town or President Weah Town, when the former Chief Justice, I think she was Associate Justice then, and she had some running with security at the airport.
Yes.
And they detained the security.
Yep. She told the people to arrest the man.
The security spent 1 week in jail.
Yes, I remember that story. We carried it.
And not a single lawyer in Liberia said it was wrong. Everybody just turned their face.
She wanted to use the restroom, and the security said the restroom is closed, and they had a yellow tape and all that. And she said, basically, who are you? And the security said, I want to do my job. They said the bathroom is closed. You have to go around to the other side or use the other bathroom. And she held him in contempt and had him arrested on the spot.
And he spent a week in jail.
But Tomalin,
that's a complete miscarriage of justice, and no lawyer in the country could defend that man.
No, he spent a week in jail.
Tomalin, there is something. There's a show on Spoon on Sunday. It's called God Can Bless Anyone. And I'm saying this because I said it earlier. You went to school, you got all your degree and your certification, this man, CFI, CTON, all what we have done. None of us has ever been in the paper at the level of this man. This man called Prophet Key has been elevated to the level of the late Albert Port, who was picked on by President Tubman. We just grab him in the night and say, go to jail.
No, that's true.
Listen, Albert Port walked around with his toothbrush and his toothpaste.
Yeah,
Albert Port was one of the advocacy. Moral conscious.
But listen to this. Albert Port was considered a villain by the president, and the president had limited power. Prophet Key has been elevated to the Supreme Court level by the Chief Justice of Liberia. Prophet Key is in the annals of Liberian history as the only man who has been summoned and possibly going to jail by the Liberian Supreme Court, the highest arbiter of justice in the country. Prophet Key is in the history books. You may say for the wrong reasons, but this one, we stand with this man. The Supreme Court has elevated this man, and this is going to be, for the next week or two, this is going to take the headline. I don't care whether you like it or not. Like the man said here, he asked the court, he said he has no lawyer. When he gets one, he wants to face the entire bench. And the Supreme Court agreed Prophet Key will be given due process in court. He will appear in court with his lawyer and gave the court sufficient reason why he should not be held in contempt. And he will face the entire bench.
This is just another.
This is power, my friend.
This is just another theatric. It's just another theatric.
Well, this is what we are talking about. When you want to kill fly, but you're using a hammer, or you're using instead of swapping the fly or leaving it alone, you're taking a gun and shooting a fly, and you wonder why people are scared. This is not only about Prophet Key. This is about Seaton. This is about Tomalin George. This is about CFR Dix. If they can hold him in contempt and lock him up.
And I think the point you made is a salient point, and we have to look at that carefully. It is not only about Prophet Key. It's about anybody who will speak, will say something that an official of government does not like. Because in his statement, in his clarification, the Chief Justice said the Constitution guarantees freedom of the speech and freedom of the press, but it is a Supreme Court that interprets that freedom.
That's right.
You know what I mean? That we have to look at that very carefully. That is, they are setting. We are heading to a place where it's going to be very dangerous for people in that country. It's going to be very dangerous because you, as a Supreme Court, can say there is freedom of the press, the freedom of the freedom of speech, freedom of the press, but we are the one who can determine what is freedom of the speech. Who determines whether somebody's speech is free or not? Nobody determines that.
Tomalin, George,
it is the Constitution that determines that.
Before you come in, Ellen Johnson sued the owner of Front Page Africa right this year, and he was found guilty, and he was to pay $100 million or $200 million.
That former agriculture minister,
agriculture minister Honor Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, and he was supposed to spend like 200 years in jail and all that other stuff. Yeah. And they arrested him. Now, when President Weah signed the Kamara Act that decriminalized everything, when Ambassador Andy, when she filed her case against Prophet Key, the Attorney General of the Republic of Liberia,
the president legal advisor,
Mr. Keita said the state had dropped the charges because, according to him, free speech have been decriminalized. And he quoted the Kamara and the tabletop
Table Mountain
that was signed in South Africa. He quoted all of these. And now, because those particular acts or declaration to which Liberia is a signatory, this government, through the Supreme Court, is now trying to roll back all of those freedoms that were guaranteed, signed into law by President George Weah. They are now trying to roll that back to say, we determine what is free speech, what is constitutionally guaranteed. Tomalin, we are headed into a very dark space.
Well, but look, I believe this thing it will come to an end this week. It'll be done with. And I told Prophet Key when I talk on Sunday, I said, look, I said one thing about Liberian people, we knew for pushing people up, but then when push down the shop, we will run. You know, we make our mouth, our noise and thing. And today he saw it, some people were booing and so forth. That's just one of the things is the stuff there. Yeah, your name is all in the news there today, but tomorrow the Supreme Court come and say, okay, send the man to jail for a month or so, whatever the case. The police come and take you to the jail. People, they go on the next day, they talk about you, they think they're going to hustle. You in that jail there, who knows? What else somebody will say? Somebody will pay somebody in the prison, say, be that man. Do this to this man. So people won't pay the debt. So, like the Supreme Court, just they are how to call it? The chief justice already blunder. We know it. Like when I said, who can put it in check? He said, let's impeach them. But there was a time that Samuel Doe, he asked the Barazet bench, what bench happened to resign?
Hey guys, please mute. Is that Jackson? Is that Jackson?
Jackson, yeah, you in the kitchen, my man.
He asked the numbers bench. I think that was Barazet bench. He asked them to resign. And that bench, because I think it will come to that point because
Tomalin. No, do us a favor.
Into it. Okay, for me personally, and everybody knows what I've been a victim before. He attacked me before. He had gone and show him and have a show on me before and said I honor my rape case and all kind of stuff. But it was after that it doesn't keep on it. My point is that people are saying that, oh, because he can cause the court. But at the end of the day, the Supreme Court, they are saying that he attacked them. The P justice mentioned him, but the entire court say they were honored. He insulted them. He brought the public disrepute, and that's what I think they hold him at. But the whole court, when he mentioned the whole court, so let's see what happens on Thursday when he get a lawyer there, and I'm sure the thing will come to an end by Thursday. Friday, we'll know we'll be out of this thing, but we gotta be careful. Let's make sure.
Shafa, Mr. Fadiga is saying here something that is so ridiculous. I hope he could come on the show to defend this.
Yes, that's what I was telling you. Tomalin, I know you know why you put it up, because this man, Prophet Key, was allied before when Prophet Key was cousin Georgia. So, you know what I mean?
This man has no credibility on this particular issue.
I do not subscribe to Prophet Key behavior. I don't subscribe to Prophet Key behavior to go around insulting. I mean, those kind of behavior does not belong in our political discourse. But because I don't agree with you, it doesn't mean it's criminal. You know what I mean? I'm just saying that Prophet Key today somebody might go, so why Prophet Key go to jail? And the moment he come out of jail, he said the same thing he said again, and you put him back in jail.
Look,
or somebody said, then you start to put him in jail. You know, come on, man.
I mean,
you got bigger and better thing to think about.
You and I were on this show where all these platforms were condemning the cursing or the sitting president. We said, at least if you don't like the man, respect the office of the presidency.
Yeah.
The man's mother is dead and you are cursing her unaware. The man's wife, the first lady, you are insulting her. Prophet Key and Yeke, they were heroes for these folks. The president befriended Prophet Key, the vice president befriended Prophet Key. They were urging him on to the point where the president admitted, if it means I have to dance with the devil, I would, as long as I win. So now that you have fed this alligator to the point where it is aggressive, it is hungry, and eating your own babies, now you want to put him back into the box, the Pandora's box. This is the hypocrisy. Mr. Fadiga, when did you know that our culture forbids cursing people? When did your culture tell you that women are sacred? We shouldn't curse them. Is it last week? Is it this week?
Yeah, I said, Jerome, don't personalize it, because I think we have to talk to our people then. Yeah.
Yes, I'm just responding to this culture thing. So whose culture it is? Yesterday when you were cursing, when Yeke Koluba were cursing, even now, when Yeke Koluba were cursing the president. So why now? It is an attempt. This is not about this is not about Prophet Key. This is about anyone who has the audacity to take on the Supreme Court or the power that be. You wind up at the airport in Monrovia, Arawa International Airport, and the police there be waiting for you because the Supreme Court or the Chief Justice or the Speaker of the House or the Vice President felt belittled by you.
And to put a bounty on your head.
That's correct, legally. You say the House summoned you, or the House have done this, or the House put up a warrant for your arrest. This is where we are going. We will not allow this to happen. Before Prophet Key apologizes to the bench or to the Supreme Court, he should let them know that he was cursing way before then. He should allow them, he should lecture them that, listen, I just cursed Ambassador Andy the last time, and you dropped that case. I cursed her as a woman. Fadiga, where were you when Prophet Key was insulting Judy Andy? This is the hypocrisy that we are talking about, and we say Liberia is a strange country.
It's a peculiar place, though. Peculiar.
If you're going to be the moral police, this is a dangerous precedent being set by the Supreme Court here, and nobody should allow this to stand. Prophet Key, if you want the data, I have it here. The United States Department State Country Report on Liberia, where it says Liberia judiciary is corrupt.
But if the judiciary were corrupt, then why no member of the judiciary on sanction today?
There's no correlation. Their job is to tell you that you are in what they see. They don't have to sanction everybody. We know Joseph Walker.
In sample of corruption, why didn't sanction anybody?
Well, the man told you that sanction is more political than it is judicial.
If our people right now are the best time to get on sanction because Trump care about that thing.
Well,
Tomalin sanction is a political instrument.
So
they don't call you. Yeah, they don't call you. But my thing is, Jerome, everybody see everything political. Look, this guy, he's limited, so he used these vulgar languages to communicate, and people were cheering him, sending him money because he was on their side, you know. And now he feels today that he just got to scream and shout and started again, and then they'll feed him money. I don't condone that behavior. I mean, we are a country 170 something years old. We can have disagreement and have a better conversation than to start using profanity and insulting people, parents, and insulting people private parts. And so people that supported him today, supported him back then, they're like, oh, show me a video where I endorse him. You never criticize him, but you're on the same team. So by default, you guys were playing ball together. So today, right now, everybody righteous. Give me a break. If the coach deal with him, the coach deal with him. But I don't care about him. I don't even know why we're sitting here discussing him anyway. Yeah.
Well, listen, Mr. Fadiga, I think you need to come on the show, bring your proof that you were anti-cursing, that you were anti-profanity during the campaign. If you show us the tape, we will play it. There is no reason for us not to play. You have the tape, we will play it. We can also dig up areas where you have partnered with the Prophet Keys of the world and the Yekes of the world to denigrate women.
But some lawyers are backing. Some lawyers are saying that they will protect the bench because in some chat rooms that I read, some lawyers who
Tomalin, the level of sycophants in that country is too much. The legal profession is the clique, and they are the biggest problem in our country. That's the only sector in our country that never passed any kind of international grading. The rule of law fails every year. It fails every year, and the people that are practicing in that field don't have a problem with them failing every year. Why? Because there are a bunch of people that just care about themselves. Let me give you an example. There was the late Antonio Scalia. He went hunting with Dick Cheney, and he said a whole bunch of things. You think you will summon somebody because somebody said, "Oh, the Chief Justice corrupt"? Then you summon the person because you say he corrupt? Hey, you're in the public sphere. I don't agree with it, but these are some of the things that come with the office. I don't agree with what everybody say, but these are things that come with the office. So you will summon everybody that says something you don't agree with.
But I agree with the person, right?
I'm talking about this issue right now. Oh, this guy said, he said the Chief Justice corrupt. Let me tell you something. They will say things about you when you're in the public sphere. So then what you do, so then you'll use your office to punish people?
No.
That's what I'm saying. I don't agree with what he's saying. I will not say somebody corrupt with any evidence, but some people will do it. That is society we live in. So then what you do, you use, because you're in position of power, then you use your office to punish people? Oh, come on. Yeah. Just he said this thing, ignore him. Ignore him. That's all.
Look, the gentleman has become so famous now.
But now we talk about him for 30 minutes.
Yes, I mean, no, not 30 minutes, for days. And like somebody said, for the next week or two, Listen, look, you got to give this man credit. This is a guy who admitted that he's a
No, but we are a funny society. Look, you won't believe it, right? The people that can, so now you just click on some of these shows, right? The people that are saying the weird things. You see 2,000 people watching it. And people watching it, you know what? They're saying the things that they want to hear. And, you know, but again, that's our society. You know, honestly,
listen. The folks,
I got me Jerome. He said honor the integrity of the code. If the Chief Justice gets up and go to a social gathering with the president, it honors the integrity of the code. Just the behavior of justices can honor the integrity of the code, and there are a lot of stuff they do that honor the integrity of the code. Because
even more than that,
if you know that when you get in that position, you are divorced from daily happenings in the country. It's a tough, because your decision can determine the fate of individual and the fate of the country. So even if the president got international guests, you're not even supposed to attend that program. Because it's an executive function. The Chief Justice only attends state function like the State of the Nation address. I mean the judiciary. So there are a lot of things they do that even look bad when it comes to optics. Somebody saying something it doesn't affect the integrity. People say a bunch of stuff every time. I don't agree with what he's saying, but that's the nature of the beast.
Siafa, when I was president of the ACLU here, one of the first cases that they briefed us on, and I'm not a lawyer, it was the ACLU defending the KKK, their right to be given a permit to march in Miami. The city refused to give them the permit to march. And the ACLU, we had to go and say, as despicable as these people are, they have the right to their march. It is part of the First Amendment. They have, it's the freedom of speech. They have the right to walk down the street and call anybody name they want, as long as they do not physically violate the law. They do not attack anyone. They do not break any of the law. They want to march peacefully. They have the right, and we will defend them.
Yeah.
That is defending the Constitution. This is the ACLU that defends anybody as long as your constitutional right. It doesn't matter how vile your language may be. So this is what we talk about.
Like December, the lighting of the Christmas tree, the Supreme Court justices were sitting there. You're not supposed to be there.
Just not be there.
So that, because guess what? You handle constitutional matter. You might be handling matter against the executive branch, but you body with them all the time. You know, so let's set the rules.
The Supreme Court, the armed forces, they are being seen as independent and neutral. You see,
you serve the state. You don't serve any individual. You serve the state.
Somewhere, the army people clapping for him. You should be clapping.
Yeah,
you should clap. You see, when the president gets to the nation, when they praise the army, they can just they be attentive. They're serious. That's all they can do. You see that clapping.
Because at the end of the day, you take an oath to the Constitution.
Yep.
And trust me, my late uncle, the late ambassador James Freeman, said the Constitution is a double-edged sword. If it ain't good for you to sign, it can count the other side. It can undercut you too.
Yep.
So you got to be ready for that.
But when you're talking about bringing the court to a public disrepute, look at the Supreme Court Chief Justice the last time when she went to what was that? Was it the Speaker's daughter was opening a resort, and that was the Vice President's daughter, right? She was opening a resort on the.
It was the former Chief Justice daughter.
But she was Chief Justice at the time. So she had not resigned. She had not left. She was Chief Justice of the court, and she attended.
And I told the DP, I told you, I said, you shouldn't have been to that program.
No.
Especially at the time they were doing the co-fast.
Yep.
I said, but again, like, bro, you shouldn't have been there. You can't. I said, you are certain places you can't go. The Chief Justice, the Supreme Court justices, they did not. If you notice, when the president gave the State of the Union address here, when he talking to that, they better be attentive. They can't even clap. They don't smile, nothing. Even the Joint Chief of Staff chairman, the Bureau chairman of the military high command here, they cannot be attentive, but you know, brother clapping. You also be clapping. The Chief of Staff of the Army Authority, he there praising the president, praising how you do. No, you don't do anything that you're doing.
Come on, just so so when and then Tomalin, if you got a case in the court and you're party to the case, if you make those kind of comments, then it's warranted. But just a common citizen expressing an opinion about something, I don't agree with it. But that's I don't know whether Prophet Key got a case on the Supreme Court docket that is pending. You know what I mean? Then I will have an issue with that. But he doesn't have anything there. And anybody who has a case on the docket, they will know by the lawyer advice. Do not talk about the case. It's sub judice. Do not talk about the case. It's simple as that. But you can't say, oh, you got to talk the way, because if that man gets vexed, he will call you and they will send you to jail. No, this is 2026. You don't have to agree with it. Just ignore him. Now we're talking about Prophet Key. Prophet Key on his wall stage, right?
What did my wife say? Words are meant to be used, right?
Yeah.
Just living in the Pentecostal. Hey,
look, can you imagine this man has done something? Look, I was in Liberia, I don't know what 2006 or 2007, and I'm going from how they call the school, More Than Me. We were going, I went to visit the school. My girl BCG had invited me, and I went. Coming out, and guess who I saw? I saw this whole crowd coming. Maybe earlier than that. I may have my day wrong, and I saw the crowd, and I saw the people. They had somebody on their shoulder with that. They said that what the young man's name? That is the most controversial talk show host in the country. Ellen or somebody they had jailed him, or they had done something to him, and they like that was Henry Costa. Henry Costa was being held in the air, and he couldn't have been more popular before then. From that day when Henry Costa came from that court or jail, wherever he was from, he became one of the biggest voices. Now look at this Prophet Key. Prophet Key has even gone higher now. He's at the Supreme Court. Not only at the Supreme Court, but he demanding not to talk to one judge, to talk to the
and then Jerome, if he goes meet the justices on Thursday, and they send him to jail, 1 week, 30 days, 90 days. Can you imagine what Morel will look like the day Prophet Key coming out of jail? I mean, is that what we want?
The stage is going to be even bigger, right?
Yeah. People will go there just to score political points and lift him up, and he become a king. I mean, is that what we want?
If I were in Liberia, I would be one of those out there telling him, listen, this man, like I say, look, he's going to write, hopefully he's listening to me. Prophet Key, get yourself a publishing company. We need to write a book about Prophet Key. Your biography, we need to write that. A man who is a 5th grade student, if he admitted that 5th or 6th grade student, it may tell you that actually he might have been maybe kindergarten or I don't know, Primo 1 or Primo 2. So for a man who has never been to school, basically, to take on the Supreme Court Chief Justice that have gone to law school and cannot figure it out, that by bringing this man onto this stage and making him bigger than myself, or even bringing him to my level, if he cannot fathom that, then common sense is not common.
Yep. I mean, and the Supreme Court, the inner judiciary branch, if you go put this man in jail, you made him a political fool, not for the judiciary branch, not for the people in the executive branch.
For everybody.
And the lawmakers are getting elected. And this is somebody that's going to count out. I mean, I just can't fence it for the life of me. I mean, they used to say like, look, just ignore that man. And those when ignore people, it hurt them.
Look at the photograph that trending in Monrovia. You see where he is?
Yeah.
Prophet Key paycheck is bigger than the Supreme Court justices.
Tomalin, man. You know that Tomalin behind it, yeah.
Yeah, listen, and the man look at the Chief Justice told the Chief Justice, listen, I want to talk to the whole bench. And they allow that too. So now he's going to go to the full bench. Even if he just go there and say, my people, I'm sorry. But just imagine just the optic, right, of one man taking on the entire Supreme Court. Then he comes and says, you know, I'm sorry, I won't do it again.
But look there today. Today the man came downstairs. There was a whole crowd
waiting for him.
Waiting for him. Then he said, I tested the justice system and it's working.
That's right.
Then he got a cartel. Then he going. I mean, I'm sitting here working. I said,
they're not going to put him in jail.
I said to myself, I beg these people, let the man go there Thursday and just saying home. Because you don't want to, I mean, there are plenty of things that need to be done in the country that we talk about Prophet Keys.
Just cancel the man. Say, you know, we cancel the thing.
Just say that. And knowing Prophet Key won't go to jail.
He will, of course, he wants to go. Listen, the man, look, the guy is enjoying the theatric. The man, look, you gotta give the guy knows entertainment, he knows it. Can you imagine the Supreme Court is putting murder cases, real estate cases, major cases in the concession agreement cases, they are putting it set aside to just meet with Prophet Key.
Prophet Key.
Prophet Key, if you are watching, you have done something that the Fadiga brother couldn't do. You have reached the pinnacle of your craft. We not need to write a book. If possible, do a movie.
I pray they just send him home. Just send him home on Thursday. I mean, if I were them, he got a public defender, probably want to convince him. Because what's going to happen? He's going to go apologize to the bench.
Of course.
He will apologize to the bench.
That's it.
And I hope the bench will have the wisdom to say, just go home.
Yeah.
But if they try anything, say go to jail for 1 week. They drive to South Beach. They drive to South Beach, and the day he come out of jail, then you just go create another.
He will be, listen, you put Prophet Key in jail. He will dominate the front pages of all the paper until you get him out. And when you get him out, it will just go on and on and on and on. Look, this guy is in a position that he's enjoying. The stardom that he got, the kind of attention he has. Nobody has enjoyed this. And if the Supreme Court wants to prolong it, that's fine.
And look, I tell you, I say when former president we have mentioned that guy name, everybody started searching the internet for the guy. And there's a prominent person in Liberia had a conversation with Prophet Key, and then called Prophet Key, but we're trying to change the story. Prophet Key said, Papa, you lying. Papa, you lying. I'm going to play it. Papa, so that how you can lie. Prophet Key, you lie. Papa, you lie. So we started along with say, so this man took a point and said to call Prophet Key in Morocco to have a conversation like that with Prophet Key. You know what I mean? And that guy got a bunch of recording of some prominent people. I used to call him getting information.
Of course.
You know what? When he was talking, he said, Brabi, I'm recording you. I said, for me, the two talking, I mean, I'm not the
I mean, because you know, people, we have this crab mentality. So once you have a platform and you can sway people start feeding you information.
Of course.
People start feeding information.
Of course.
And so the team Prophet Key got Prophet Key, you know, a lot of bones are buried. So just leave the guy. Let him go sit there. I know what he in Monrovia or he in Nima. Just leave him alone.
But I think I saw a recent picture where you are shaking the president's hand.
Yes.
You're not.
Come on. I'm telling you, you can say all you want to say. Prophet Key is in a space now that I need to
Well,
contact.
that ain't run for president. That be good.
Oh, but listen, any man ran for the Senate.
Tomalin, Tomalin, don't be surprised if he run for a district in 2029.
He will win.
Don't be surprised.
For this, what just happened here? This man is now the torch bearer for the honor privilege for the poor, for those who have been wronged by the power that be. Everybody going to rally around Prophet Key, because if he can speak truth to power and is willing to go to jail or suffer the pain and suffering, Chief Justice Bese is opening a can of worms. His name is going to be dragged through the mud, and I don't think this is what he wants for his legacy.
We pray that the court will see wisdom. I can't be tall like that. We pray that the court will see wisdom, that they must send Justin Opa home, aka Prophet Key, please. and you know the funny thing is, it's so ironic. Even if he's saying home, he will be going home with crowd.
Of course.
So Liberia society is funny, because what I'm doing about society right now, depending on whose side you're on. If you for the government, Papa Key, you will chair. You'll be against Papa Key right now. But if you're against the government, you chair Papa Key. I debate I see happening. What happening? Even though the government pay before, but you stay this. What happening?
So now with Prophet Key, whatsoever happens on Thursday, Prophet Key wins. If you carry Prophet Key to jail, he will come back famous. If Prophet Key go home free, he Prophet Key will have a long convo waving through the window with his car and going home. Come on, man.
all your big Liberian people in government, what is their pedigree to power? They will say, I went to jail in this country for the people. Dopoh put me in jail. Taylor put me in jail. Ellen Johnson put me in jail. When they all come out, what the man is that Molu say he went to jail, or Akara Gray say he went to jail? And I mean, going to jail is a badge of honor in this country, in Liberia.
Go to jail and I beat them. I've been to jail.
No, for Molu, what made Molu famous than jail? Molu saw Obama in the hallway at a hotel in Ghana.
I want to treat.
That's one.
The U.S. president, you're not just running in the hallway.
No, but because Molu was a chairman for the World Crown School, so Molu was able to be the Obama
in the hallway.
Yeah, in the hallway.
but you just ran in the hallway. When you go to the international events there, let me frank, especially at the UN rep, at the UN for Eastern rep, you meet President General, you meeting somebody.
No, Tomalin is at the UN. Is at the UN. But when the president of the United States is visiting a country, if the president is in a hotel, that whole hotel becomes the United States of America.
Yeah, but even at the UN, right? The Secret Service is guarding this man. Nobody can just walk up to the president like that. Is that
and in the hallway?
What? No. But anyhow, look, Prophet Key, you need to read a book. You're making history. Contact me. Listen, so listen, when this man was doing this thing, it has happened so much that I was shocked, like I told you yesterday. The person that introduced Prophet Key to me, I never knew, was a professional registered nurse.
Oh, yeah.
At the Newark General Hospital in Newark, New Jersey. She called me because I don't know what her relationship was with George Weah, whatever, but she hated George Weah so bad that she said, have you listened to this guy? I said, who? She said, Prophet Key. I said, who is Prophet Key? Then she said, I will send you a clip and all of that. She said, but I'm one of his contributors. Look at it. Every month.
Yep.
I send him $50 every month.
So to insult another woman.
Yeah, Tomalin, beside the money, some people, when they used to be transiting Casablanca, they used to hang out with Prophet Key.
Yeah. The lady said they are buying. She said we are buying a car for Prophet Key. When he talked about BMW, these women. Hey Ben, thank you for listening.
They met drove from Casablanca to Monrovia.
Yeah, and back. Yes. Ben Sanvee, your auntie told me to tell you that she's cool. She says, how Ben doing? I said, Ben is doing fine. So, extend my greetings to him. That's Money Carton's wife.
Hey, Jerome.
Yeah.
I talked to Tomalin yesterday, so I had a conversation with Charles Wadsworth. And
Sports.
I think so last year we had a little tribute to Abana. And we had Mabu Riches and Ben Wilson and Simply We on the show. So we want to do a sports history show.
Please.
That will cover football, volleyball, basketball. So Charles Wadsworth is writing a book. Mabu Riches writing a book. So Tomalin was able to contact them and find an appropriate time, whether it's Friday or for a Friday show or weekend show. But I think one of the main things we should focus on, we should make sure it's on the radio in Liberia.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Sure. So we got to work on that. So
Ben Sanvee, your auntie, your nieces, your cousins, I saw Angel. They treated me nicely. I had a great time at the home on the farm in Mount Bagley. Beautiful place. Beautiful, beautiful place. Yes, I had a great time. Yes, but guys, you can say all you want to say. We have to listen. God has blessed this man with a talent. Shafa, you cannot curse and have the impact this man has. You don't even know how to curse. God, is that your portion? God didn't give you that talent. God give everybody a talent.
So I start cursing, they might get me to a sack, they say I'm going crazy.
This man, can you imagine being famous for doing something that the whole world finds to be evil and anti-culture and everything else? But you got people. I said when this guy comes, if Prophet Key goes on the show, I don't even know if he had his show today. But if Prophet Key had gone to his show today, he would have 20,000 people tuning in. That is the society that we have. Look, it is mind-boggling how this man sits over there, and sometimes he calls himself a prophet. He says he's Jewish. He's a rabbi. He got his Jewish thing on. He doing his counter and doing that, and he cousin. He got his baby. The little girl sometimes walking by.
You know what? No, whenever they submit it, well, when I get to watch it, Sonny, I enjoy doing it.
Yeah.
You
get hit it, man. All you want. Some people are just gifted in doing something.
No, but all of real culture. Oh, yeah, I heard there's a video. Yeah, what Ben mentioned.
Oh, Sasa Kawa pass.
I posted. He got amputated. Yeah.
Oh, they amputated his leg.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's diabetic.
Yeah, Molu visited him today. I posted a video saying Molu him.
Oh, okay. I'll have to.
Yeah, man. Once powerful. See how once powerful traditional man like bro. Today is.
Oh, tomorrow is Armed Forces Day.
Oh, let me use the occasion to extend to our gallant men and women of the armed forces of Liberia, for those who pay the ultimate price, the living and the dead for Liberia. I want to salute you on the Armed Forces Day. Tomorrow I celebrate the Armed Forces Day. Pray that you continue to be the defenders of our nation, of our freedom, and be independent. So extend best wishes to His Excellency, the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Liberia, CRC Joseph Boyka. And I think I got a guest on the line. Go ahead, you live, my man.
Thank you, Tommy. Thank you. It's 1:21 p.m. here in Accra. It's good to.
I thought you were going. I thought you were going to Liberia.
Yeah, I'm on my way to Monrovia. I'll be in Monrovia soon.
Man, stop Accra to talk to the president of Ghana. So
we have some bilateral meetings here to discuss.
There you go.
The Accra Reset Project. President Mahama is doing amazing here. So obviously, you know, he's a big brother, and actually have a conversation with him over the next couple of days and some other leaders. So. But my heart broke.
That's not true, boys. You can touch the Justin, all of that.
No, but I felt it was necessary that I called him. My heart broke this evening when I saw the video with Molu and Chief Zanzakawa.
Yeah.
I'm going to visit him when I get to Monrovia. We will definitely do what we can do from our end. But it's a collective stain on our country that we don't tend to take care of those who have served our country well, no matter whatever the political alignment may be. Zanzakawa is the head of the Traditional Council. Look, Tomalin, if you come to Ghana, and I'm going to speak from Ghana's perspective, right? Because I know it's happening in other African countries, but I'll just speak from Ghana. If you see how the Asante the chief of the Asante Nation, right? Otumfo is treated in this country, where presidents bow to him. If you see how other chiefs are treated in this country, and nobody should tell me they don't have political persuasions. They are very powerful political figures, but because they represent the culture of the country, because they represent a vast majority of the Ashanti kingdom, all these different chiefs and elders, there's something here in Ghana called the Council of State, where leaders, former presidents, former chiefs, former heads of states, former chief justice, all the former presidents and former heads, people who have headed something in this country of significance, are part of the Council of State. They are honored. This evening, President Mahama held a dinner. It was like a little reception for the diplomatic corps. And who was sitting next to President Mahama and the vice president? It was the chair of the Council of State. Wow. Liberia has to do better. We have to do better. We live, and we drown in our hypocrisy. We think that today, look, let's be frank. There was a few months ago, right, that people were making mockery of now President Joe Boakai, because they said, well, he wasn't capacitated to be able to do the things that he wanted to do. Today he's president, right? For me to see Zanzakawa lying on the bed of a clinic, amputated. Here is a man who served his country, Tomalin. It is a stain on our collective conscience as a society. And I think no matter what happens, we owe it to our country to start to honor those who have served the country. You may not agree. The beauty about politics and the beauty about leadership, guys, and I hope you guys will agree with me on this, is that we may not agree with every decision every leader will take. But at the end of the day, it's about service. It's about service. It's about honor. It's about dignity. And for Liberians to be passing around, acting like nothing has happened, that this is okay. And Zanzakawa just happened to be one of many. We can go down the line. We've seen former presidents die in foreign countries, right? David Pomako, the former interim head of states who served the country. We saw them die in squalor, and we pass around acting like we are a nation of upright men. No, Liberia has to do better. With that being said, I know I've been away from the public space for the last couple of months, almost about a year or so. We are contemplating we're going to come back into the public space. The country needs to
Ben, man. You want to talk that way? Where you going public? Where you there for public space?
Go ahead. Anyway, sorry.
No, I left the public space. I've been quiet. Let's be honest.
But why you left the public? Why you
Chairman,
left the public space?
Chairman, I know. You on your tributes about the funeral,
the burial of my little brother.
Yes, but I know you've been in touch with the family, but I want to ask you. I want to talk to the former president, man.
Yes, and I apologize. I did get a chance to speak to former President Taylor about a day or two ago. Actually, obviously, you can understand he's devastated with the loss of his son. I'm waiting to head back home. Like I said, I'm just dealing with some issues, not issues really. Having some meetings here with some of my folks. And then we will be home. We look forward to giving Philip a decent burial, a good send-off. But the former president is in good spirits. He obviously, like I say, he's mourning his son.
They gave him a message?
I did.
Okay.
He is excited about the prospects of speaking to you. Former president is doing well, But the larger issue here for me is that we need to start to honor our leaders. We need to start, and we may not agree with them. We may not, a nation that does not understand its past is bound to fail because you don't understand where you are headed and you don't know what your future would look like. We have the power to shape our future. I listened to Zanzakawa talk about the fact that when this government came to power, Nimani told him that, well, we can't work with you because you work with the Myean government. And that's fine if you don't want to work with him, but I think there's a need for you to be able to give him the dignity and the respect. And in my conversation with members of the government, we're going to be raising issues like this. Now, I don't know what they're going to do, but I'm very, very shocked of something like this, something of this magnitude is happening in our country and people are quiet.
Yeah, Ben. Let me take you by a little bit. I will let you come in, but let's go back to this situation of I had a conversation in late 2005, then just entering into the major parties of the country. Then the first elections after the war with the former head of the Traditional Council, Chief Flomo Yewole. And Flomo Yewole, he was very talented, though uneducated, but very talented, and he had that of deep wisdom and other things. I'm saying this yet today in the conversation. I can say, remember very well that the point is you need to play a role. He said to me the way I played the role because he was with Judy Bryant effectively. When Ellen came in, he stayed served some time before he turned over to the next chief. But because it's the council of traditional council zones and bodies, if you will. Should they be political? Because listen, Ben, even in this greater country on earth where democracy, where we consider as the beacon of democracy, they do take some personal vengeance on people that were attacked, like what was unfolding currently and other things. Should the chair of that council be political? Because we ought to be very frank also. If you play a deeply political role in injuring the opposition, and when they come to power, the African politics, they won't really open up to you. Should they be political? Because the role is that I thought they're there to serve leaders in a very balanced way. Should they be political? That's the question I want you to answer. For me, I know what I think it should be, but when you answer,
and I understand exactly where that question is coming from. The answer for me is very simple. Being political does not deny your role or your service to country, right? If they made a determination that they wanted to remove him because he was political, right? That is well within the right of the president. The president has the appointing power. I don't know what the statutes or the law says
so
about
the president does not appoint.
Okay.
So the president does not appoint.
I don't know it. I was speaking from a naive standpoint, right? The president
does not appoint. There's an election. There's an election of the Council of Chiefs. So we have.
Okay. So if he lost the election, right? That does not negate the fact that the government has a responsibility to be able to take care of him in his post life as a head of the Traditional Council. It's the same larger conversation we have about former presidents, former vice presidents, and
there will be this debate that there's nothing in the law that says you'll be taken care of by the government. So you see that they were coming from.
That's what. So that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, Pewee. What I'm saying is that's where our collective conscience come into place.
Absolutely,
right?
I agree with you. Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, you cannot deny the fact that Zanzakawa served the country. Zanzakawa, what he did for Wea, he did for Ellen. What he did for Wea, he did for Ellen. That is a fact. It's not debatable. What he did for Wea, he did for Ellen. Now, obviously, like you rightly said, there are consequences to the decisions and the actions that you take. But because there are consequences, meaning you may lose your job or you may get voted out, but it does not negate the fact that your service to the country should be erased.
Absolutely.
Because if that was the case, Joseph Boakai, George Weah, Joel Taylor, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, none of them should be getting pension or benefits or anything from the state. And like you rightly said, now it is not law. I don't know, because I will challenge that to a certain extent, because I know that there was a act. I don't know if it was signed by the president, but no, it was signed. And let me tell you how I know it was signed. The former vice president, who was senator then, he sponsored a bill that was signed by President Sirleaf that legitimized and enacted into law the Traditional Council, that gave government, that provided an opportunity for government to be able to provide budgetary support for the National Traditional
Ben,
Council.
let me hold you there. I know I got to come. Let me hold you there and provide the information quickly. There's a law that provided there's an act creating that legislation, but not to get them pension if they are out. There's nothing if they are outside of it. If they're outside, no, they don't have support on that.
Okay, so then I will concede on that. But what I'm saying though is, if there is nothing that provides them for pension, but there is something called our humanity. For you to see Zanzakawa lying down in a clinic, amputated, I'm calling on the president of Liberia. I'm calling on the vice president of Liberia. They need, listen, this is a stain on our country.
Absolutely.
We don't take care of our past leaders. That is a fact. That is a fact. We may not agree with all of the decisions that these people will take during their tenure. And I know it's easy for Liberians to jump on and say, oh yeah, when he was there, he was doing so and so and so and so. You can only say that until you get there and you experience what you are experiencing. Zanzakawa should not be in the situation that he finds himself in today, because at the end of the day, he has served that country. He served 2 presidents or 3 presidents, or how many presidents that he served. And there must be some kind of dignity that has to be accorded to him. He should not die, and then the government of Liberia issue a gazette, and then everybody go and start crying, and then everybody go and start paying tribute, and everybody go and start donating to the family, and everybody go and start making it low to say, oh, you know what? Oh yeah, he was a man of the soil, he was a patriot. Let us learn to honor people while they're still breathing. Let us learn to cherish our former leaders in different dimensions. Because you know what? Those people, Pewee, and you will agree with me, they are walking encyclopedias. They are walking historians. They have stories to be able to tell. That is why the country is going in the direction that the country is going. Because the new generation of Liberians don't sit on the old map to plot the new one. Those of us who were privy to be able to have access to former leaders and former at different spheres in the country, that's what has kept us grounded. You know that. That's what has kept those of us grounded. That's what has kept you grounded. That's what has kept Tomalin, Shafa, Mr. Gayman, all of us. That's what has kept us grounded, because we get a chance to be able to speak to people when we're talking about the past. We have a whole generation of Liberians, and that includes some older Liberians today who don't even know their left foot from their right foot. You don't even get me started, because you're trying to get me back into media, into the media landscape. But I'm telling you, there is so much.
Well, ain't say coming back, and that's me.
I'll be back.
Ain't say coming back next week. Ain't say coming back to media next week.
No, I said next week. You trying to push me. You trying to
Ben.
push me. I said
Ben.
Yeah.
Ben.
Yes.
Mr. Sanvee, real quick. I just came from Liberia and I was on a committee to search for the graves of former presidents and vice presidents of the Republic of Liberia. And we were able to locate only 4.
Yeah.
And the comment from the delegation, the gentleman from Mozambique, said, Mr. Gayman, what a society that does not honor its dead and invest in its children, what kind of society is this? I said this to say what you were saying. If the president, the former presidents and vice presidents of a nation, if the country cannot even identify where these people were buried, it tells you about our morals, our ethics, our culture. If they cannot identify the burial ground of a president, what may you think someone like Honorable Garguah or Representative Musa Bility or anybody, or Senator Dillon, what may you think?
No, I agree. I agree.
It is a stain on the society that this country, because we know there's something called entitlement when you serve your country.
Well, Mr. Gayman, you give President Boga credit, right?
So, but let me say this.
And you buried and do and talk about.
I'll give him credit for that, but I will give him even more credit if we can identify where everybody else is buried.
But the process is already given. So I think he did that. It will be time, but I think we should commend him. He did that.
No, I say he did too.
So, but let me say this. I want to say this, guys. We give President Boga credit, right, for burying the dead. But I'm also talking about taking care of the living.
The living.
Those who are breathing.
That is paramount.
Listen, the Torgbean is dead. Joe is dead. Yes, it's important that we honor them. They were former presidents of our country. You know, I always like to ask this question. Tommy know it's one of my greatest questions that I like to ask. Barnes Matthew is considered the father of multi-party democracy in Liberia, arguably or unarguably. How many Liberians know where he's buried?
Zip.
And I'll pause. I'm asking, and this is a general question even to the chat, even to people who are commenting, who are listening to this program. The democracy that you benefit and that you celebrate today, people credit people like Barnes Matthew because they say, you know why? He fought to bring down the one-party system.
But Ben, should I question other people Liberians?
About 99% of Liberians today don't know where Barnes Matthew is buried.
But should they be judged because of that? The question will also go back to you. How many Americans would tell you where George Washington was buried?
Oh, yes. I mean, you can pull it up.
You tell me, Mr. Gayman.
You can pull it up. Is it Virginia?
You can pull it up. You can pull it up.
Pulling it or it's different thing. But
can you pull up Liberia's dead? Can you pull up where they were buried?
Mr. Gayman, I want to say something to Pewee. And the reason I brought that up was because I am trying to trigger something with our country. If Joseph Yuma Boakai had not become president of Liberia, right? This is a man who, and I'm calling on him because he is at the help of the country today. President Boakai complained about how he was treated when he was former vice president. He complained about how he was treated. Today, The current former vice president, who is Vice President Joy Howard Taylor, you know, she was also on the radio complaining about how she has been treated. Now, this is not about these individuals. Again, I want to say where I'm coming from here is not necessarily just single-handedly outlining these people. I'm talking about our country and our tradition and our society, where we have no reverence for the past. Is the reason why we keep making the silly and stupid mistakes that we make in the country today. This is not only about burying people, Pewee. This is not only about having state funerals. This is about learning our past. This is about oral history. This is about our people understanding that we are a great nation. How do you know you are a great nation if you don't know your past? I remember, Pewee, the Liberia that I grew up in was the Liberia where your neighbor could discipline you. But the Liberia where you couldn't call somebody who's older than you by just their first name. But to this day, the things that were impacted in me as a young man, I still carry it with me. Right? So there's a whole generation of Liberians that are being bred today. You were having a conversation about Prophet Key. And about the circle of insults in our country. There's one thing to disagree politically. There's another thing to insult people. It has become a norm. It is now cliche in our country where we insult mothers, and we wonder why the country is stuck. We wonder why the country is where the country is. Talked about the reverence that is given to traditional leaders in countries like Ghana. Come to Ghana, and when you see the Asante Hine, the Otumfo, the Asante King, when you see him appear, you see the head of state of this country, he will bow before him. This is a conversation that needs to start. And the president of Liberia, the other day I was listening to President Sirleaf on ELBC.
Yeah,
and they asked her about why president. They talked about all the former presidents. We are blessed to have 4 former presidents alive. One is in prison, right? But they asked her about how those presidents can get together. She said it's President Bokai's call. Why has President Bokai not been able to call a meeting with former president? Because we have allowed politics to attract and to absorb and to tarnish and to affect our collective reasoning. Jimmy Carter said something in 1997 when Charles Taylor won the election, and I remember this because I listened to Jimmy Carter interview the other day. I was reading the Carter papers from the Carter Presidential Library. He told Taylor, he said, "Accept victory with magnanimity. Magnanimity. Be humble. You've won. But accept victory with magnanimity." We owe it to our country to start to educate our people, to start to talk to the next generation of leaders. There's a discussion. I saw something about convent, somebody going there talking about sea and all kind of craziness. Look, the fabric of the country no longer exists. Pewee, you and I know that. The Liberia you and I grew up in no longer exists. The Liberia where your neighbor could discipline you. Now, every Tom, Dick, and Harry, because they have a smartphone, who don't even understand your story or your struggle, feel they can insult you. Any nation that is built on the foundation of insult and recklessness and filth, I don't care what you do. I don't care how many skyscrapers. I don't care how many highways. I don't care how many roads you pave. That nation is not headed in no direction that is positive. Because at the end of the day, the greatest asset any nation can boast of is its human capacity. That is the reason why Ghana is leapfrogging. That is the reason why most of the countries around us are leapfrogging. Because the human capacity, they are investing in human capacity. We still have our students leaving school at 12 o'clock on Friday to go do beach parties. And we thinking we are serious in the country? We have to straighten the country up. When you talk, they say, oh, the person was there or the other person was there. When does the bleeding stop? When you go to perform a surgery, if somebody is sick, you don't ask. When they take you in the theater for surgery, Pewee, and you and I know that, and I'm calling you because you understand, you've been in the governance. When you go in the theater, you know what the surgeon don't sit down and ask who was the last person that operated on the person. No. The first responsibility of a surgeon is to stop the bleeding. Is to figure out how I can be able to save the life. They may ask the question after, but they will save the person first. Liberia is in a very difficult and a terrible place. Pewee, have you read? Do you even read? When we read, guys, Siafa, Mr. Gayman, read social media. It is cliche when people even write and the subject and the verb cannot even congregate. And it's fine. People are writing on social media and they are comfortable in their illiteracy because that's the kind of nation we have bred. Everybody claims to know everything. Everybody is an expert in Liberia. The problems we have in our country are not accidental. They are man and self-made. You don't plant pepper and expect okra. You don't. So we can sit and we can talk all the politics. What kind of country going anywhere? The whole country is infatuated with politics. Everybody in the country are politicians. What kind of country is that? Where are the engineers? Where are the doctors? Where are the doctors? Where are the science fairs? Where are the people who are changing the story, who are innovating? Where are the innovators in Liberia? Rather than the battle criers. These are fundamental and serious conversations we need to have in our nation. And it may force some of us because in as much as sometimes people get tired and they're like, you know what? It is a lost cause. But Tomalin can always say to me, at the end of the day, Liberia is the only country that we have. But there is a rot in the country. There is something fundamentally wrong. Something happened, and we need to get to the core of what happened, and we need to fix it, and we need to start fixing it. And our onus lies on Joseph Yuma Boakai today. He's the president of the country. He has to rally, and he has to inspire the nation. And until he does that, the country is going to continue to spiral in the direction that it's going. We're going to continue to make fun out of our leaders. We're going to be comfortable insulting our leaders. We're going to be comfortable celebrating people who take to the airways and insult. In all of our disagreements politically, guys, that's one of the reasons why this platform has survived. You think this platform has survived because we got the largest audience? No. This platform survived because of what we said. We said that we would bring substance to the discourse. So when we bring people on this platform, when you guys who have taken up the baton, you have constructive conversations. And there are audience out there for it. So I'm only saying, guys, we can talk about the legal, we can talk about all of those things. There is something fundamentally wrong. I think Mr. Gayman said it earlier. How people take care of the elderly and the poor. How a nation take care of its elderly and its poor. And the most vulnerable in the society. It speaks about that country. It speaks about our country. I was excited when I heard the president say he's getting ready to talk about Palm Grove Cemetery. As a president, go beyond. Reconciliation of the dead is not enough. Reconcile the living. People are breathing. And so I'll be in Liberia in a couple of days. We will endeavor to begin some of these conversations, to start to talk to some of these leaders. We talk to them in the back. But they have a moral responsibility that when you lead a nation, the weight of that nation is on your shoulder. And we can't continue to just be circumventing and pushing the can down the road. When will this thing stop? So I think, gentlemen, I think we have a lot of work to do. And we must continue to push that. And people, you guys have been doing an amazing set of job. Educating the people. Educating the people.
So who endorse what Toronto right now?
Hey man, show your face, man. Show your face, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Ben, Hey, Ben, travel safe. Travel safe, bro. There's something I want to say when you talk about the students.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you, my brother. We are, like I said, we'll be in Monrovia over the next in the weekend. Over the weekend, look forward to going and giving my brother a befitting burial. Philip, it's a little brother. We raised him. We could live together. But I think we need to start a national conversation on just the fabric of our nation, guys. The fabric of our nation, and the things that we all are. We're not Gen Zs. Everybody on the show tonight, including myself, we're not Gen Zs. How do we get Gen Zs to understand that there was a Liberia where it was awkward for you to call somebody older than you by just their first name? It was awkward that you woke up in the morning and you saw somebody who was older than you and you insult them. It was awkward. You couldn't even dream it. You are scared because when you even try and when you play the fool, when your parents come home and you go report and say, "Oh, Enter Teresa beat me," you getting another whipping. You got a parent. I said, "Well, what you did for Enter Teresa to beat you?" That's the Liberia that we grew up in. And sometimes people tend to act like it never existed, but it did. So we owe it to our country to continue to have these discussions, and I think you guys have been doing excellent, and we're going to continue. But I think something is fundamentally wrong with the fabric of our country, and we need to start to have this conversation. I mean, when I saw Zanzakawa today, tears came from my eye. We can joke, we can talk about the politics, but someone who has served the country in that capacity should not be sitting down and saying, even the man said in the video. I don't know if y'all saw the video.
But Ben, we can't always rely on government. What are we doing also to help our fellow men? So let's leave the government aside. What can we do to help
Pewee,
we should always be to the government.
Pewee, that's the government responsibility.
Mr. Gayman, you are well to do. Why are you doing to help your fellow Bassa men?
Listen,
we share with the government. Why are you doing to help your fellow Bassa men?
Let me quote
There is a famous quote out there about government, right? Government are instituted. What the Constitution say? It say we have the right to the pursuit of happiness or something, and we can alter our government. There's a reason why we the people. The most powerful line in the Constitution say we the people, right?
Yes, Article 1 of the Constitution.
Exactly. You cannot bequeath the power of government on the people. You can't do that. There's a reason government are the governors. There's a reason we pay taxes to them. There's a reason we pay for everything that they do. Today, before Joseph Boyka became president, he didn't have. Joseph Boyka had to worry about gas in his car. Joseph Boyka had to worry about food he ate. Joseph Boyka had to worry about how his life would count on his house. Joseph Boyka had to even worry about how his clothes would be sent to the laundry. But today, go ask Joseph Boyka if he can remember when the last time somebody came to ask him for food money for his kitchen. Go ask him if he can even remember the minute that somebody came to him and said, "Papa, we get food in the kitchen today." That's the reason why there's a reason why it's called government. I am not going to bequeath on the Liberian people the responsibility of the government.
The Constitution is clear. That's why Article 1 stated. It said all power is inherent in the people.
It's inherent in the people.
All free government are instituted by their authority. All free government are instituted by their authority. And also the government will have to look after the people and all of things.
No. I want you to finish reading that. Finish reading it, please. That is the most powerful preamble. Read it. Complete it.
It's Article 1 of the Constitution. It says all power is inherent in the people. All free governments are instituted by their authority and for their benefit. And they have the right to alter and reform. They have the right to alter and reform sin when their safety and happiness is required.
Listen, that is the most powerful line in the Constitution.
Yeah, that's it. So that Article 1 is powerful. Yeah, they have the right to alter and reform
when they feel they are not being taken care of.
Yeah,
that's simple English. On our BB book, simple English. If you know what's happening, you can alter it. You can alter it. So I'm not going to take the responsibility from the governors to the governed. No, I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, but I mean, just a minute, Ben. That's one of the problems.
Let me just say this. 1 second, I think you see, the Liberian budget has risen to 1.2 billion. Last year, the Liberian budget was 800 million. The extra 400 million that they survived without last year. Where is that 400 million? They have found a way to distribute it among themselves. That's a fact. If they could survive on an $800 million budget last year, why did they survive on an $800 billion budget this year and take that extra 400 billion and give it directly to the people? Why did they do that? Did the country die last year? Did the country have 1.8 billion, 1.2 billion last year? No. The country was alive. The country was breathing. There was a point we survived on an $80 million budget. There was a point we had $300 million budget. There was a point we had 400, we had 500, we had 600. We are now at 1.2 billion. Why every year we find a way to make excuses for the governors and not for the governed? That is the point. And this is where the government has the power to alter the government. If you go to coup, that's what the Constitution says. Go to coup, no. You have the power to alter your government, to pressure them. If the government of Liberia could survive on 800 million last year, why did it survive on 800 million this year and take the extra 400 and give it directly to the people? Why didn't they do it? That is something that they need to think about.
Great. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the Chairman Emeritus of the closing argument, Ben Sanvee, giving his point of view from where he sits.
I knew just from where I sit. I just don't know where I sit. Where I sit.
I didn't say where I sit. I said from where he sits.
No, but now there are people ready for
I understand. I understand.
Yeah. So there are two things. There are two things that Ben said. One with the students. Tomalin, you remember? So in Liberia, our best months, our summer months, that's December, January, February, right? March, right? December, January, February. And that used to be our long vacation period, right? Because these are our summer months. So now they take these kids, they flip the calendar year for the school. So the kids are off for school July, August, September, when it's just raining. You know, it's just raining, so they have no activity.
Right.
Then
they change now, right?
No, that's what we're going with. We're going with. So when we in summer year, the kids over there, they're off for school, but our rainy season in Liberia, they don't do anything. Yeah. So then when we get to the summer months, when all the activity, the beach is all flowing after Tottenham's birthday, the kids are going to school. Obviously, they're going to run away and go to the beach. So why don't we do things that are local to our country? Change our calendar year and you remember July, we used to have 2 weeks in July. Right after 26, we go back to school.
But the logic there makes sense though. When you look at the rainy season in Monrovia, it has gotten so bad that they're flooded everywhere. It's almost impossible for people to get from point A to point B. So it makes sense to adjust the schedule for them to go to school when it's less hazardous in the country. That was the logic in that. And I think there's nothing wrong because those months that they are talking about, the rainy season is terrible. So I think what's happening there is when you see
guys, I would like to get your input on this issue of the growing of our national pie. And why, as the pie grows, the government grows and not the benefit of the people, right? I honestly, like, I was watching TV earlier today, again, coming back to Ghana. Ghana is one country that has a bloated government. A lot of ministers, ministers of states, they have the parliamentary system. But one of the reforms I think President Mahama has instituted here is that he has cut literally government down to 20-something%. Yeah. Right? There's no Ministry of Information in Ghana anymore. There's nothing called Ministry of Information in Ghana anymore. Nothing. It makes no sense. Every ministry or functionary of government has a press bureau. So what is the role of the Ministry of Information? If they have the press secretary to the president. In any functioning democracy, what is the role of the Ministry of Information? What is it doing? What is the role of the Ministry of Information in Liberia, by the way?
The government mouthpiece. They propagate the government position, government messages.
Yeah, the government mouthpiece. But do you see the Ministry of Information articulating the policies of the judiciary or the legislature?
Their own people.
So then you can say the government mouthpiece. Then say the executive mouthpiece. Then what is the essence of the press secretary to the president?
Yeah, that one they got too many.
But Ben, the thing with the budget is the failure on the budget from the Ministry of Finance Development Planning was that until we can put a cap on recurring expenditure. It has to be in the budget. It has to be a law. You put a cap on it for the next 3 years. So the budget is going to grow. I mean, the revenue is going to grow, but there's going to be a cap on recurring expenditure. So you have extra money.
That's what I'm saying.
To spend. But every time, the more money you collect, recurring expenditure have never dropped dramatically compared to your revenue. It continues to grow. It's steady.
Let me pause more truck. Let me get a little controversial. And I want you're the one behind the radio. You're the one know the issues of late. What is the essence of the president forming a committee to manage the yellow machine?
I was just listen. I was just about to go there, Ben.
This is an education moment. It's an educative moment for me. I'm trying to
but Ben, when you talk about why the pie grow, but the services to the people don't grow, I'm just about to tell you that's exactly one of it. Not, in fact, the folks are saying now that the government bureaucracy should even grow bigger, as evidenced by the Minister of Finance and Planning Development. He says that now they have to separate the bureau, the ministry, into two. Ministry of Finance now is going to be different, and the other ones like planning is going to be different. They're going back to the old. So they are going to expand. 2 days ago, we heard the incoming Minister of Youth for Sports. She is saying that the government should separate the Ministry of Sports from the Ministry of Youth. So you see how they are expanding the budget, how they are expanding government. So basically, the political side to that is, as long as there is no private sector growth and partisan needs to be employed, this is a ploy of the government to hire more partisan without creating jobs in the private sector. For every ministry that you create, you talk about 400-500 employees. For every bureau you collect, you have to fund that. They're talking about establishing a new court. In fact, several courts, economic crime court, and they are talking about where the war crime court should be separate from the economic crime court. Do you know what it takes to run a court? And you are having all these expansion as they are now. Joseph Boakai would never have enough money to run this government as much as he wants to, because the government keeps expanding.
No, but issue about the yellow machine, the reason why I support it is because they wanted the arrest agenda, right? They talk about road now. So in order to accomplish that goal, that particular goal, you have to separate from the running from the established government institutions, the agency. Okay.
But why?
Because that only way you saw the vice president campaign already, which against the law. Is the
Ministry of Public Works.
Public Works will focus on the road that's already established to already in progress that's been worked on, and maintenance of the road. That's the job. They own it. But yellow machines for special purpose.
Tomalin.
Wow.
Oh no.
Tomalin.
You have.
Tomalin, the reason you are wrong is this, okay? Let me pull up the charter for the ministry, Siafa, real quick. So the Ministry of Public Works.
Mr. Gayman, before you come in 1 second. You remember we used to have Ministry of Rural Development?
Yes.
You remember we used to, there was also Ministry of Public Works. No, in this day and age, government should not be expanding. Government should be shrinking.
Yep.
The benefits of the people should be most felt. It's not about how hard or how large you work. It's how smart you work. I think what Liberia needs, and we need to take serious, is to do some kind of peer review mechanism thing on this continent and in developing countries, and seeing how other countries are figuring out things that we are wasting our time on. I see no reason whatsoever. First of all, Minister Brani Samukai is a big brother. I know him very well. What is Minister Brani Samukai expertise in managing a yellow machine? What is his expertise? This is a man who has been in the security sector all his life. What is he going to do? What is he going to wake up in the morning? What is Brani Samukai's TOR when you wake up every morning for that commission or whatever they set up, whether it was a commission or agency or whatever they set up? When he wake up in the morning, what is his TOR? Does it require him setting up an office? Does it require him having his own budget? What are you going to be doing? His job is just to make sure that they change the gasket or they change the oil in the yellow machines. Is that what his job is? No. Or his job is to decide that the machine will go to this other area. They've already distributed the machines, which I thought was a smart idea. They've already distributed the machines by counties. Why not empower locals in those counties? Decentralize, find a way to be a decentralized Ministry of Public Works. Because I think the Torgbean years, they used to have a remote. I think that's where the whole rural development thing came from about, right? Yep. They used to have these remote centers across the country. They broke the country up into different pieces. Look, we got to get serious with national development in the country. Continue to do the same old simple things.
Hold on a minute, Ben. So before it became rural development, it was Ministry of Action, Development, and Progress.
Oh yeah, ADP. I remember.
Yeah, Action, Development, and Progress. I'm coming. The first public work minister, Madam Sadi, Lieutenant Donzo, was Minister of Action, Development, and Progress, and he came to the coup. So the whole idea was to stimulate quick impact project on this farm to market road, this rural road, to connect it to the main road. So now, I come in, Ben. I come in. Let me finish something here. So during the Madam Sadi regime, they dissolved that Ministry of Rural Development and Public Work absorbed it. So there should be No, I come in. No, they didn't reestablish a new ministry. There's no new Ministry of Rural Development.
Local government, okay, local government.
Yeah, so now there should be an arm within the Ministry of Public Works that handles what is to be Ministry of Rural Development. When you bring this yellow machine, you push it around the country. You talk about decentralization. Instead of trying to sell the port, each county should have a resident engineer. Each county should have a resident engineer.
They'll have it.
They will. It should be existing. It should be existing. So that resident engineer with his team will be able to affect this machine on a different quick impact project.
What happened to GSA?
Okay, but then so what you got to do is that you have one group that doing the engineering work. GSA is the custodian of government asset, so GSA has to have a full maintenance and sustainment plan for those equipment.
That's correct.
Because when,
COR of this new Branding Samukai Commission.
I just told you.
My man, Ben Honorable, I talking past people that Branding. I look in the future. I don't be looking behind it. It's unfortunate at the present. I talk passing. Tomalin, this is something. Tomalin, let me tell you something. A piece of earth moving equipment can last you 15, 20 years. But guess what?
Exactly.
Every time you use it, let me give you an example. We're in the military. They have something they call PMCS, Preventive Maintenance and Care Services. Before you turn that machine on, there's certain checks you have to do. You do those checks. That's just from the operator standpoint. Then those machine has a meter on it. You build a maintenance plan for each of the equipment. That after a certain number of cycles, you can do a certain number of work. You want to tell me he bring that experience to that table? Is he an engineer? Is he working in a production environment, or that just political pay?
I just told you it's a political position because GSA's job is to maintain, acquire, and all of those things. The GSA has the responsibility to maintain, to care for those. Like Ben was saying, right? We used to have, Grand Bassa used to have the Department of Public Works, okay, at Camp Meckling, where all the yellow machines were maintained. Every county had those. So why don't you just bring that back and say,
this is not a new thing we're doing?
So for him to
Jerome,
yeah.
But Jerome, this is what we say from the beginning. A bunch of people in power in our country don't know that country history.
I know. And they don't know anything about management.
Because we have a habit of living in the moment. The moment we get there, we think nothing existed until we got there. So that's how we make decisions.
Exactly.
That's how we make decisions.
Because
if you know the country history, you will say, you know what?
You are so right. That is so scary. Because like I said, when I saw people talking about yellow machine business, I said, me, I was born 1980. I was born 1981. But from the history that I know, so that's what I'm saying. From the history that I know, is that I know that these things existed in Liberia. Yeah. There were satellite offices across the country.
Yeah.
To maintain equipment, right? So that's why I say a nation that doesn't understand and appreciate its history is a nation that is going nowhere. Because you keep making the same mistakes of the past.
Yeah, but Ben Waka has been part of this thing since the 60s. So
that's where I was headed right now. That the president of the country currently was a part of these systems. He knew these things were existing. So why are we trying to reinvent? So 20 years later, we abolished the Ministry of Rural Development. We got rid of the Ministry of Planning and Economic Affairs.
A big mistake.
We got rid of certain things that, we did some of those things, right? 20 years later, we're about to reinstitute all of those things again. I just don't get it. No, if we are going to be adding functionaries to the Liberian government, I want to see functionaries that focus on new technology, that focus on new media, that focus on innovation. Those are the kind of new things that we're going to be adding to our governance space, providing incentives for our people to be able to start to venture into these new, uncomfortable areas. What is the highest enrollment in the University of Liberia, and what is the specialty?
Political science.
Accounting, sociology, business, marketing, and political science. So, I don't know, my brother. We got a long way to go.
Then enjoy your trip. Go bury a little brother. Go bury a little brother. Put your pressure down. Go bury a little brother, my man.
Yeah, my brother. That's why I try to stay away from these discourse and these conversations, because it's sometimes you get a chance to. It's mind blowing, and you have a lot of people who don't understand. I say a whole nation It's like you have a whole nation that's just stuck in reverse. You know, when I watch and listen to some of the conversations that I see online, when I listen to how people are thinking and I see their thought process, because you know people's thoughts come out in what they write.
Of course.
You say, where is this country going? Where is this country going? Are we just surviving? Are we just living to survive? Or are we intentional about wanting to be transformative and saying, you know what, we can change Liberia? I don't know, my brother. But Tifa, you're right, my brother. Let me try to go back in my corner. I think I've pissed off enough people already.
I will send you.
I hope nobody listen to it and save it and hold it against me, because I have made my determination that, you know, sometimes it's not even worth it. Because, and maybe it's wrong, because I think the country is worth it. But when you have a society that is not enlightened, when you have everybody who see they know everything, when you have people, no, the greatest strength of any man is knowing what his or her weakness is. We don't find that in Liberians. Most Liberians think they are experts on every single thing.
Yeah.
When it comes to medical issue, you see everybody discussing medical issue. You will never see somebody say, let's wait to hear what a professional say.
But look at the one with Prophet Kina. Everybody a lawyer now.
You know, everybody will opine from a legal perspective. There's nothing wrong with giving your opinion, but when you start speaking from a position of strength and making it say, oh, you are a subject matter expert on that particular issue, the country ain't going nowhere. Because everybody in their mind know what's going on in Liberia and know how to solve the problem. You know, so we are where we are. Dominic is sad, but we are where we are, and we'll continue. And, you know, like I said, Liberia, the other country, somebody brought the other day was having an argument. I don't know if y'all had that conversation on the show about why people celebrating Totmo's birthday. You know, but you still live in Totmo's Liberia.
Yeah, that's true.
You still live in Totmo, Liberia. Every government that has come since Totmo has either been refurbishing what Totmo did and maybe doing mediocre, maybe only Torgbean tried to really deviate. I think the only thing that's about to maybe change Liberia a little bit, that skyline, the Chinese, that skyline, that overhead bridge that the Chinese are about to do in Liberia. But up until that point, you still in Totmo, Liberia. The roads that you are refurbishing, the roads that you're repaving, that Totmo roads that he built. Totmo Boulevard.
Yeah, but Ben,
all the different highways. You know?
Yeah, but Ben, look at the other day, the Justice Minister doing the dedication for the Justice Ministry Complex. I mean, you expect that he would have stated that this was something that started and the war came and it been put on hold all the years. But I mean, he talked like this thing was never there before. You know what I mean? I like, why you people just
who started that project?
Samuel Doe, that the Justice Ministry Complex project started there before the war, and also the new Ministry of Lands and Mines construction was going up before the war. Just that when you make a right by the margin, the old budget bureau, Apple was fast in.
But can I ask a question? Will we ever get to a place in Liberia where we would just see things happening and say, wow, our government working, rather than everybody fighting to cut a ribbon and to take some credit and say, oh, they want my project or that their project or that we are project or that boycott project? Will we ever get to a point in Liberia? Like, you know how this country where you drive to Virginia and you see I-95 look totally different than you met it 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 months ago?
We just started the FOIA project, you know, and also you saw that example there. So
okay, you know what?
Look, I see you, man. Can be caught at night. Enjoy your trip.
Oh, he won't get me in trouble.
FOIA project, you saw it, it came up.
Yeah. Listen, I wish you well.
Yeah, I wish you well, totally.
You would not put me in a situation that I can't pay you. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. But But I thought the vice president in Lofa, he went to the 4-year project to inspect it.
The vice president running campaign already.
The vice president, the opener of the court. But you know something, the other senator for Lofa, I think he should just go to the mansion and be holding the president bag.
Who's on?
Mobo Cyrus.
Oh, really?
I mean, you. But like today, the opening of the court, you senator, wait, where you going to do the opening of the court? I mean, really?
In Lofa?
Yeah. So because no, Tomalin, come on, this is 2026, man. It's 2026 because the court. Wait, you have no jurisdiction over the court. Where you gonna do that? Yeah, I mean because you government official, so you go to every program. You got work to do.
No, forgot. You have influence who upon that judge for that court.
No. Guess what? Judges don't go for confirmation. And the chief justice can reassign it to different judicial circuits. So what are you gonna do to the court yet? What are you gonna do to the court opening?
You go to court again?
Imagine not a lawyer.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, really, what you gonna do there? Where you gonna do the court opening? You're not a lawyer. You senator representative. Where you gonna do the court opening? Yeah.
I keep telling y'all, we disrupt the system. And then we'll take power into now.
Yeah, you can keep your sister.
Okay.
You know who?
Huh?
You know who?
Then we'll have a 18 right now. They make 18.
Y'all keep on dreaming. I keep telling you.
He said it disrupt the system, but the movement need, but we can't hear the new movement. We can't see the people.
So which movement disrupting the system now?
The Liberian people movement.
Interested in knowing.
But Ben, and I put in the chat room, y'all see it, man. Come on.
The Liberian people movement. So who are the members of the Liberian people movement? I want to know your one.
My one? Okay, y'all wait and see this year.
That's not what I want. You get some crazy people there too.
Okay.
No, I want to know your one. I see nobody identify with me.
We shake the nation. We bring the nation to the knees.
Okay. So you do it for your company all time.
We pray for the best.
Somebody will be on the ground. We'll be on the ground.
I'm looking forward to. Listen, I'm excited about going to Monrovia. I haven't been there in 8 months or so. So I'm looking forward to being back home.
It's always good to go there.
Eating some organic food and finding and taking myself in Kamara.
You talking now?
You talking about
organic food?
I think you organic food. You talking about that? Oh, you go bro.
And so that's organically.
So why you gotta bring child root or national radio? Yeah.
Organic socialization.
All I know, I'm about to take my exit. I'm about to go and take a nap.
What was that? The strategy? What?
Strategy love it.
24
I will talk to you. He said, strategy love it. He said, you're calling every story, you can write a whole book on it.
Great conversation.
All right, man. Be safe out there. Be safe.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, man.
I shouldn't tell you be safe. I just say enjoy yourself anyway.
That's right. Yeah.
Gentlemen, I must depart right now.
Yes.
I got
let's do this again. Let's do this again tomorrow, guys.
Yeah.
Great show.
Okay. What my parting word? The FC file, you guys gotta open that file with all the unredacted names on that play and put that forward. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. You don't want to talk about the Liberian fire, the American fire. You want to talk about?
So there's all on my mind. So to the Ghanaian women of the Armed Forces of Liberia, we should happy Armed Forces Day, and to the Commander-in-Chief, His Excellency Joseph Boka. And my qualms with the military is the Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces.
Right.
The Chief of Staff need to. the chief of staff need to show dignity in that uniform. Be upright and be fit. You gotta lead by example. And then I think he's everywhere, because I mean, some places he's standing out like, dude, you're the chief of staff, you the senior military advisor to the civilian leadership. Where's the commanding general? Where's the deputy commanding general? Where's the brigade commander? I mean, you're the only person you see. You're the only person.
Because the commander in chief, we're not gonna let him. You expect the guy to honor. We'll let him ride. You're driving around.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, we're gonna allow our CRC to walk the house.
I mean, it doesn't matter. He can do he can do inspection. You can do inspection anyway. You can be on the top of the vehicle and they give you the salute. It doesn't matter.
How you do? Let y'all know now. Y'all be strange.
You don't want your chief to fall at Tinubu.
What Tinubu fell?
Oh man, he always falling.
But he not drink?
I think so.
He always falling.
The man was on a state visit to Turkey.
And he fell.
Walking with another president. And he fell flat on his face.
I didn't even know.
Oh, it's been trending.
He always falling.
Okay, guys, tomorrow.
All right. Okay.